mark. Impressive. She's won nearly half of her starts, 29 of 59 into today. I like the tune-up. Hopefully a little fresh here after with some time off in between from the trip up north. But I'm going to go to Atlanta, 3-2. I thought maybe Window's Cry would be the favorite here, so it's a little surprising right now that Window's Cry's up there is a second choice. Didn't think Atlanta would be quite this short. The horse that is much shorter than I thought, the 4 Alter. The fans all over the 3-year-old stepping up.
There are a lot of Dexter Dunn fans, and of course, especially when he teams up with trainer Nancy Tactor here. So, again, you know, when you have a lot of speed-type horses in here, including Felicity Shagwell, including Kenzie Sky Hanover, and Hypnotic AM along the inside, When Doves Cry. So something does have to give. We'll have to see how the patience and strategy of the drivers plays out in here. Good field, though, and we want to let everybody know, I guess the track record set by the recently retired Manchego a couple of years ago, 149 flat. They are capable of going that kind of a time here with a contested pace, and we could get one.
And Dave, these are the type of events that can give me nightmares because that is true. That is the track record. Manchego, the world record, fastest trotting a mile ever for a mare. That's the 4-year-old world record. But as you know, in the sport of harness racing, we have a world record for nearly everything. So you've got world records that could be caught here. The 3-year-old. World record is 149 and 4. Of course, Alter could shoot at that. You've got the 4-year-old world record 149, and the older mare, 5-year-olds it up 149 and 2. That was established right here as well. Handledor Hanover. That back in the fall of 2017. We all remember that Handledor Hanover with just a sensational performance that afternoon. So lots going on with the different aged mares hooking up here, but it is a deep group. We're pretty much seeing you know, all of the very best loaded up in this field.
You know, it is. These are the kinds of races that we are here for, and fans, we love watching these great trotting mares compete. What do you think about the track so far, Gabe? Both the first couple of races, one from just slightly off the pace here. Can we make any kind of guessing or determination yet, or is it still too early?
You know, I think it could be too early. I don't have a strong read on it at this point. I think the first race, the 2 horses, did take off the pace. Did you see Lindy and Speedaway? But those did clearly look like the best 2. They finished 1-2. We saw that short field there last out. Fortify got away with pretty comfortable time fractions there in the short field for that caliber of horse anyway. And, you know, Westlake just tripped out, but Fortify did race very well on the lead. So, you know, at this point it seems to be, in my mind, maybe playing fair, but I don't want to completely make that confirmation maybe until we see another event or 2, but we do have to keep our eyes on that. One thing we do know, Dave, it is fast. Definitely a fast surface here this afternoon. There was rains on Friday. The Kuhn brothers did a great job, the entire track crew, in getting this track lightning fast conditions here for closing day.
Looking forward to the rest of the day here. You see the Crawford Farms starting car moving into position here, so I will have winner's circle reaction for the first of many times today after we complete the Alarage Farms Filly and Mare Open Trot, the What the Hill.
And that Crawford Farms starting gate has moved into position. It's post time for this afternoon's 3rd race. Last chance for the early pick 3. Starter call. It's the What the Hill Alarage Farms Open Mare Trot. What the Hill enjoyed his first crop in the state of Ohio this season. Son of Muscle Hill, Dan Patch 3-year-old trotting colt of the year 2017. Several stakes winners, part of his first crop, the What the Hill. Alarage Farms Open Mare Trot, number 2, When Doves Cry, is off stride. Also far behind the gate. Feel not so nice. And it appears that the gate is slowing. We will have a reformation here. We'll get the reason momentarily. We will have a recall in race 3. Still time to wager on the 3rd. Once again, still time to wager on this afternoon's third race, the What the Hill All Ranch Farms Open Mare Trot, sponsored by the What the Hill Syndicate and the Hickory Lane Farm. What the Hill led the way in the Buckeye State this season with his first crop. Second crop have been selling this fall. What the Hill, the namesake here of the All Ranch Farms Open Mare Trot. He stands at the Hickory Lane Horse Farm in Findlay, Ohio. And then Crawford Farm starting gate has moved into position once more. It's post time for the third race. Make it your final call. Once again, to wager on the pick 3. Starter call. Trotters lined up for this afternoon's third race, the What the Hill All Ranch Farms Open Mare Trot, sponsored by the What the Hill Syndicate and Hickory Lane Farm. Scratch down to by Field of Dine. They are on gain. And they are off and trotting. There goes Felicity Shagwell sprinting out quickly. She will cross right to the top with Alter. Also on the move early towards that opening turn, Atlanta. Taking an early peek there with Wind Doves Cry. Sliding through that at the inside, Hypnotic AM. Keep on trotting in the 5th spot with Kinsey Sky ahead of her. Back to a 6th in front of Abs Attitude Express. PL Not So Nice is next, and Ramona Hill will take a seat at the back as they try to run the Tattersall's turn. Felicity Shagwell on the point through a quarter of 27 3. Alter, the 3-year-old filly, under a tight rein there, second for Dexter Dunn as a Wind Does Cry. Continues to track patiently in third. Atlanta at 6-5 here, the favorite. She's fourth, right now 3.5 off the lead. Hypnotic AM's mid-pack 5th in front of Kinsey Sky ahead of her. Abs Attitude Express continues to follow at the inside in front of PL Not So Nice and Ramona Hill. Nothing yet from the back. No change of position as they move across the backstretch. It's 7-1. It's Felicity Shagwell who continues to front the field. Felicity Shagwell trots past a half here, 54-3. Alter just jumped it off. Alter off stride from the pocket, so Wind Doves Cry will avoid the trouble, and she begins to move up on the outside with Atlanta tracking that move up perfectly for Gingras. She's up on the outside third, just 2 lengths off the lead with Hypnotic AM following up on the outside from 4th. Ramona Hill moves up on the outside of 5th past Kinsey Sky ahead of her as they trot to the top of the stretch. Wind Doves Cry try to tackle a stubborn Felicity Shagwell with Atlanta looping now 3 wide as they move off 3/4, 122-1. Atlanta kicks off cover. Wind Doves Cry battles out of between mares. Felicity Shagwell trying to stay on down at the inside as Hypnotic AM moves up 4th, but it's Atlanta who has taken over the lead in deep stretch as they come down to the finish. Atlanta has taken over. Wind Doves Cry second. Atlanta down to the line in 149. Atlanta, a world record, equals the fastest trotting mare mile ever. Atlanta, now the fastest older mare of all time. She breaks Hannelore Hanover's world record, 149-2. Her stablemate, Hannelore Hanover. She equals the fastest trotting mile ever by a mare. That's Manchego. And she's 1/5 of a second off the fastest trotting mile ever, 148-4. That was Homicide Hunter. So 1/5 off the fastest trotting mile of all time here this afternoon for Atlanta. Five, 2, 1, 6 at officially in the third. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm winner's presentation. This is the Great Atlanta. Ron Burke, the trainer. Yadak Jingran at the bike for the winning effort. Easy Grand Circuit meets leading driver. Atlanta owned by Crawford Farms Racing, Syracuse, New York. Brad Grant of Ontario and Howard Taylor, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Atlanta, a 6-year-old daughter, Chapter 7. For the Cantab All-Mare Heavy Blue Chip, bred by the Order by Stable of Sweden. She is now 30 of 60. In her career, 149. A world record for older trotting mares. She breaks her stablemate Handler ahead of hers. Former mark of 149 and 2. She's the co-fastest mare of all time. She equals Manchego's 149 Lexington victory. And just 1/5 off the fastest trotting mile ever, 148 and 4. That was Homicide Hunter right here in Lexington. Greeting the winning connections trackside, Kevin Greenfield. His trackside at the Hickory Lane Horse Farm. To make the trophy presentation, also Ron Quarles trackside, our agriculture commissioner here in the state of Kentucky, to greet the winning connections and make the trophy presentation to the connections of Atlanta. Third race results are official. We'll sit down momentarily. Today, Brower will have some winner's circle reaction after the big win here by Atlanta. Atlanta off as the favorite. She returns 440, 240, 220. Second to the 2 Wind Doves Cry, 260, 220. Third to the 1 Hypnotic AM, $5. The exacta $12. The trifecta $4, $24 even. 20-cent superfecta, $15.16. Atlanta, a world champion. Today, 149. She equals the fastest ever on the trot for a mare. And just 1/5 off the fastest mile ever. Atlanta right at the $3 million mark. Official rundown is in for race 3. Official rundown in, Hypnotic AM third, number 2 Wind Doves Cry second, 3 Kinsey Sky ahead of her sixth, 4 Alter ninth, number 5 Atlanta the race winner, 6 Felicity Shagwell fourth, 7 Abs Attitude Express fifth, 8 PL Not So Nice eighth, number 9 Ramona Hill was seventh, and number 10 Sorella Scratched. Rechecking, it's 326-914-587, a scratch on the bottom. If you are looking to enter the Hat to Trot contest, please report to the trophy stand. Again, any of our hat contest participants, please report to the trophy stand immediately. And to learn a little more about Atlanta after a world record performance here this afternoon, Dave Brower standing by with co-owner Michelle Crawford.
Thanks very much, Gabe Pruitt from the Diamond Creek Farm Winner's Circle. It is my pleasure to always introduce and welcome to the Winner's Circle Ms. Michelle Crawford here of the Crawford Farms. You know, Atlanta, that was another special performance. We just heard Yannick giving out a couple of quotes here. She's been doing it for years. I guess nothing that she could ever do would ever surprise you.
No, and I'm just glad I was able to be here to see it today. And I know that Brad left already and Howard is not here, but I'm happy to represent for once.
Give us an idea of the ride and the memories that she has provided you for 3 years now. Hambletonian, all these other stakes wins. She remains consistently good. She's now in the hands of that guy who's warming up right now, Ron Burke. The whole team is, you got to really just be tingling.
We're tingling. We're very happy with how she's been managed. You know, we've laid off a little bit when she's been under the weather and she hasn't raced up to par for her. But I think, you know, the ride over the years has just been amazing. She couldn't give us any more other than I'm going to post a picture when I'm done here of her baby mama. And we have a baby in the belly. I went and saw her at our farm this morning and took a picture of her. So I didn't want to post it ahead of time and jinx anything.
Forget about an all-star hitter in the Major League Baseball. She's batting .500. This was her 60th lifetime start today and her 30th win. She's just shy of $3 million. You know what? It's not even about the money. It's about the thrills that she has provided you and your partners.
It is, and I think when Al and I look at the development of our farm, and having ownership of a mare that's won the Hambo or two Hambo winners, that we own, it's just everything that we feel passionate about building, and she is just the shining star. She's amazing.
Now, it's been a busy week for you. Your consignment with your husband, Al, lots of work over the course of the week. The sale is now over, so is this the first way to celebrate on your first day off?
I'll take it. 2 wins so far today. The staff and I were definitely ready to party. Everyone's tired, but this is a great way to go out.
I know it's a little preliminary. She is a 6-year-old. At what point will you kind of decide her future?
I don't know. Yannick just asked if we were going to Sweden, so I said, hey, I'm in. He's booking his tickets, so I guess it's something that we talk about with the partners and see how they feel about it, and obviously Ronnie, too. He's the main decision.
Next stop, perhaps the Breeders' Crown Open Trot at the Meadowlands?
I believe so. If she stays healthy and she's good, that's where we're going.
All right, congratulations. Another big win for Atlanta. She's provided us fans with so many thrills over the season, you as well as me.
Yes, thank you so much.
Atlanta in the What the Hill, the Alaraj Farms Filly and Mare Open Trot, equaling the fastest trotting mile by a female ever, 1:49 flat.
Once again, fans, if you're on track today and wanting to enter the Hat to Trot contest, please report at the trophy stand at this time. Again, if you are on track and want to enter the Hat to Trot contest, please report at the trophy stand located just across from the winner's circle at this time.
The 2021 Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge, presented by Liebfeld Cats Breeding Partnership, is raising money for 4 local charities: the New Jersey Special Olympics, Encourage Kids Foundation, the New Jersey Pandemic Relief Fund, and the John Thurr Cancer Center. We thank platinum sponsors Nancy Tactor, Ron Burke, Nifty Norman, Brett Pelling, and Tony Alanya. Gold sponsors Deo Valente Farms, Concord Stud Farm, Marcus Melander, Julie Miller, Linda Toscano, and Hogan Equine Clinic. Silver sponsors Chris Rotter, Noel Daly, Jim Campbell, Aki Svanstead, and the Cancellaries. And drivers Dexter Dunn, Yannick Jingra, Tim Tetrick, and Dave Miller.
Tall Dark Stranger, 2020 Dan Patch Horse of the Year. Winner of 19 of 22 starts at 2 and 3, including the Metro Pace,
Tall Dark Stranger wins the Metro.
Meadowlands Pace,
Tall Dark Stranger!
North American Cup,
Tall Dark
and Breeders'
Stranger
Crown.
answers the bell.
Standing his first season in 2020, Tall Dark Stranger bred 19 mares that earned over $1 million. Tall Dark Stranger, standing at Hanover Shoe Farms.
Track bugler Ron Courtney calls the horses to the track for this afternoon's fourth race. It's the Hat to Trot Kentucky Futurity eligibles. And an overnight here for a purse of $25,000. It's sponsored by the Wycliffe Veterinary Pharmacy. Scratch down to a field of 5. The one is Kildare King. Chris Beaver trains. Dave Miller drives for Tom Crouch. Number 2 is Locatelli. Nancy Tactor trains. Andy McCarthy up for Black Horse Racing. John Fielding and Steve Heimbecker. 3, Good as Him. Domenico Cecchine trains. Yannick Jingbra wears the colors of the Lindy Farms. For Great Horse, Robert Rudolph, David Reed, and Christina Tactor. The 4 is out. Number 5, Rattle My Cage. Oka Sponstedt, the trainerman driver for Perry Soderberg. 6, Plumville Prince. Rick Zierbon trains. Scott Zierot up for Thomas Bryce and Charles Rasecki. That's the field for the fourth race. Scratch 4, Z to the Stride. We're down to a field of 5. The fourth race just a few minutes away. Dave Brower, we will get to the fourth race momentarily, but how about that effort from Atlanta? She just keeps going and going. A remarkable resume. Now 30 of 60. Just when you think you've seen it all from her, she steps up and delivers one of those magical performances once again.
It's easy to say and put her on the list of one of the greatest trotting fillies and mares of all time. I don't think anybody would argue with that. But her durability and staying at the elite level for so long is what makes her so special. Now, yes, that is the trip that she loves to have, to be able to just stalk, follow, kick wide, and then charge home. And I'm sure Yannick Gingras knew at the three-quarter pole that he felt like he was going to be a winner. But she tripped the beam in 149 flat. You know, that's a special kind of a thing when you go a mile like that here. I know the conditions are ideal. It's a little bit warm. There's maybe just a touch of a breeze, but it was so much fun to watch her trot down the stretch. And you heard it in Michelle Crawford's voice. You know, it's an emotional thing for them, the ride that amazing mare has taken them on over the past few seasons. And we can only hope it will continue.
Yeah, it really is remarkable, as Michelle alluded to there, the broodmare band at Crawford Farms when one day down the road with all of those Hamiltonian winners, even as part of the broodmare band, it's going to be quite the show there. Can't wait to get out and check out the Crawford Farms, their new facility across town. Congratulations goes out to the Connections. And a nice runner-up spot today there for Windove's Cross. She was a little erratic with that recall at all. She gathered herself up, and she delivered a nice runner-up effort there as well.
I'm glad you said that, because I don't think I've ever seen her as hot as she was after that recall out on the track. I wasn't able to see what caused the recall. I don't know if it was her or whatever, but when Dave Miller finally got her pulled up and turned her back to go back for the reformation, she was grabbing on pretty hard. So, and that was no easy trip for her. She's been an outstanding older trotter over the course of the season here for Brett Pelling. So that may be our new rivalry after the retirement of Manchego, which was announced this week. Manchego's out, so we're going to look forward to some more good starts between When Doves Cry and Atlanta. One thing, too, Gabe, before we take a look at this fourth race, last chance call. This is your last chance to enter the hat contest. So if you've got a nice hat on today, believe me, go ahead and take a shot. Trot on over to the trophy stand there right past the finish line. Find Cindy and announce your candidacy. We're going to talk to some of the winners out in the winner's circle afterwards. And again, like I said, take a shot. You never know what can happen. Hint, hint.
Unfortunately, I did not bring a hat with me today. I would walk down and enter myself. But yeah, if you've got one on, any hat, go on down and take a swing, because you're going to get some good swag there. That's the trophy stand right across from the winner's circle. Well, scratch that away, field of 5. Unfortunately, Dave lost another here. Zenith Stride is out. Now, these were for colts that were eligible to the Kentucky Futurity today, but they did not get in based on their earnings. So they were forced here into an overnight. Originally signed on with 6, now down to 5. Dave, I am on the 5, Rattle My Cage here. He's the co-favorite. He's 7-5 on the board. Took a swing over that off track on the lead. I just don't think that was maybe the best place to be that day. I thought he was pretty good in his debut for the new barn. That was the Kentucky Championship final there for $250,000 here on September the 19th. Dancing in the Dark, Cuatro de Julio. Of course, those are the two that beat him. We'll see both of those back in action today in the Kentucky Futurity. So I think just a little easier field. So Rattle My Cage, but to give him a shot here from the Red Hot Sponstedt barn, a co-favorite. Again, at the moment, the other horse taking the action is your top selection. That's number 2, Locatelli.
I like Locatelli, and I really like the way Locatelli looks on the track today. Not a whole lot of things have gone right for him. A little bit of bad luck, a couple of tough trips. A trip to Canada that didn't necessarily work out, but right back down here to Lexington, I thought that was a good acclimating start to get him ready for a spot like this. And no doubt, if he had had enough earnings, he would have entered the Kentucky Futurity as well. But still, you get to race here for a purse of $25,000 against a very short field here. You know, you could go either way. I have a lot of respect for Rattle My Cage. Okas Fonstad will certainly have him turned around, if not today, in the very near future. Because remember, early on in the 3-year-old season on the road to the Hamiltonian, Rattle My Cage, ramped up through his conditions, looked like a serious contender, and then he just tailed off a little bit. It's hard to keep them sharp all year. Our good friend Perry Soderberg plucked him out of the sale here in Lexington for just $40,000, and he's going to make a lot of money with this horse over the course of time.
No question about that as he continues it there at 9-5 on the board. Hey, the other horse I've been trying to capture over and over is the one Kildare King. He's fast, sometimes erratic, but, if he trots, I think he's got a major chance here at a big price as well. He's 7-1 here in the short field.
Yeah, Dave Miller from the rail is always dangerous, and he'll be looking to follow in this spot, just protect that early position, and then wait till the sprinting starts, and we'll see if he's good enough to get by those leaders.
Okay, the Crawford Farm starting gate moves into position. It's post time for the 4th race. Starter call. Once again, your final chance to enter that hat contest at the trophy stand track side. It's the Hat Trot. Overnight here, sponsored by the Wycliffe Veterinary Pharmacy. Wycliffe Veterinary Pharmacy, located right here in Lexington. Check them out at wyclifferx.com. Scratch down to a field of 5 for this afternoon's 4th race. They are on gain. And they're off and trotting. Locatelli is off stride. Locatelli self-destructed at the start. Good as him. Moves out early for Jingra. Rattle My Cage on the attack. At the outside, Plumville Prince came out swinging. As they trotted to that opening turn, it's Plumville Prince who takes over the early lead. Rattle My Cage away close in the second. He's already drifting wide. Good as him. Is there in the 3rd spot in front of Kildare King. And after the biscuit, it's about 12 lengths back to Locatelli, doing his best to catch the top flight. As they move around the Tattersall's turn, the trot past the opening quarter, 27-3. Plumville Prince, son of Father Patrick on top. Rattle My Cage, very anxious. Sponstead going to green light him down to the outside. So Rattle My Cage looking to reclaim the top from Plumville Prince as they move across the back stretch. Good as him. Continues to look over the top pair. 3rd, Kildare King is following 4th. It's now just 6 more back to Locatelli, who continues to trail after the biscuit at the start. As they move up towards the half-mile mark, Rattle My Cage trots past the half in 56 seconds. 28-2 in the second quarter. Plumville Prince on his back in second. Good as him, still following 3rd in front of Kildare King. Locatelli has now caught the pack. He's 7 lengths off the lead right now as they trot out of the far turn. They're in pursuit of Rattle My Cage, who takes his field midway around the turn. Plumville Prince starting to rev back up from the pocket. Good as him. Tracking very closely down at the inside 3rd with Kildare King advancing up from 4th. Locatelli saving ground back into contention 5th as they trot to the top of the stretch, and they're past 3 quarters. 124-2. Plumville Prince up to take on Rattle My Cage. Good as him, keeping close. He takes a peek through late down at the pylons with Kildare King moving up in the 4th spot. They move into mid-stretch. Rattle My Cage trying to fend off Plumville Prince. A match stride to the wire. It's Rattle My Cage at the inside, or Plumville Prince. Rattle My Cage a short lead. Plumville Prince a late lunge. Very tight. Close finish. That is very tight. Rattle My Cage at the inside, or Plumville Prince. Good as him, finished 3rd in 151-3. In the photograph, it was Rattle My Cage. At the inside, it takes a narrow decision from Plumville Prince. Good as him finished at third, 5-6-3 on official race 4. Fourth race results are official. Returning trackside with the Diamond Creek Farm Winners presentation. This is Rattle My Cage. Otis Fonstedt, the Traderbrand driver. For Perry Soderberg of Wellington, Florida. Rattle My Cage, a 3-year-old bay colt. He's by Love You from the Andover Hall mare. Caress the Senses. Bred here in Kentucky by Carter Dewar. It's the 4th win for Rattle My Cage, 151-3. That is a lifetime best effort. Rattle My Cage takes the Kentucky Futurity eligibles, sponsored by the Wycliffe Veterinary Pharmacy. And trackside to make the trophy presentation on behalf of the Wycliffe Veterinary Pharmacy, Brittany Gavinatus, trackside to make that trophy presentation. The winning connections here of Rattle My Cage. The prices are up. Rattle My Cage worth $580, $320. Plumville Prince was second. Returning $340. The exact was $11.60. $1 trifecta, $24.70. Rundown for the 4th race. Kildare King 4th, Locatelli 5th. Good as him 3rd. Scratch 4Z to the stride. Rattle My Cage the winner. Plumville Prince 2nd. Rechecking, it's 4-5-3. Scratch 1 and 2. Rattle My Cage 151 and 3. Fans, big shout out from all of us here at the Red Mile to our Winner's Circle attendant, Oliver Williams, who's done a great job all season long. So big shout out to Oliver, who's been trackside for the entire season as the Winner's Circle attendant here. Rattle My Cage out, and at this time we're going to send it downstairs. Dave Brower is standing by with some fancy headwear. It's the hat to trot contest here on closing day, Kentucky Futurity
Thanks very
Day.
much, Gabe. We are in the Diamond Creek Farm Winner's Circle, where very soon we will crown the winner of the Hat to Trot contest. And we thank the good folks at the Wycliffe Veterinary Pharmacy, Brittany Gavinonis. We'll talk to her, I guess, at the end. She's one of the judges, so she's got a very difficult choice to make amongst our 6 final contestants. Your name and the inspiration for the hat.
The inspiration for my hat was Mardi Gras, and my name is Becky.
Becky, thanks so much for participating today, and I love New Orleans, so I'm going to be rooting for you. Your name and the inspiration for this amazing red hat.
Hello, my name is Katrina McCarthy, and I'm here on behalf of Ellen Taylor for the Harness Horse Youth Foundation.
Okay, a very special guest here in the Winner's Circle. Deb Rush, you messaged me this morning because you wanted to make sure that you didn't miss this. Thankfully, I got you the correct information. How excited are you to be here, and tell us about your hat?
I'm real excited. I made it myself. I put all these flowers on by hand, so.
Are those your favorite colors?
Yep.
Well, good luck to you as well. Here's a good one. I see roses. I see glasses with horseshoes on it. Your name and your inspiration.
Kendra, my inspiration is horse racing.
We know you're a big and the Red Mile. We know you're a big fan. I think you and I are friends on Facebook. So we'll wish you the best of luck here, and let's find out who's going to win.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. One more young little lady here. Your name, young lady, and tell us about your hat. She's a little shy. What's her name? Kaylee, we're going to wish you the best of luck. That's a beautiful picture and a beautiful array of flowers there, white and blue. You know it's Kentucky Futurity, so the blue is going to do you some good. Good luck. And lastly, one of my coworkers here at the track, name and inspiration for hat.
My name is Leah, and I'm wearing this on behalf of the TV production.
Exactly, because we all do a very, very difficult job here. Good luck. All right. Here we go. Oh, late entrant maybe? Late entrant? Okay. Your name and the inspiration for that hat. You've got the fall colors going.
My name is Mayeli.
Okay. Maria or Mariette?
Mayeli.
Majeli.
Yeah.
Okay, want to get that right. Good luck. He looks like an interesting competitor. Can we get that up on there? You know what it is? It's the strap. We got to get it over by his ear. He looks like he's getting a little mad now. So his name and the inspiration for the contest.
Angel, and his inspiration is for just to win.
To win. There's nothing wrong with that at the racetrack. Angel, good luck. All right. One more? Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't want to forget about you. Lovely hat. Good picture of horses on there, too. A couple of roses. I love the pink and the purple splashed in. How did you come up with that?
Stopped at Goodwill on the way, and then I cut the front page off the program and stuffed it in.
Well, that's what I like to hear. That's called adapting to the situation.
My girlfriend, actually, Patty, stopped at Goodwill.
You're making it work.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. I'm going to saunter back over to the judges here and see how it's going right now. You've met all of our finalists, ladies. Give us a little idea on how the discussion took place and who you're going to pick out. It is hard, right?
It's a hard decision, that's for sure.
Okay, thank you, Brittany. And your name?
Well, that is Samantha, and I'm Brittany.
Okay. Sorry, got that confused. Samantha and Brittany here. You're holding the hardware. These are two nice gift baskets with all kinds of stuff in there, including a nice Wildcats football. Congratulations to them last night. So, who wants to be the person to make the decision here? How about our first runner-up? We'll do second for our first runner-up. Are you ready, Samantha? Our first runner-up is
the lady in the horse shirt with the red roses.
All right. Sandra, come on over. You're the first runner-up, so you're going to get a nice little gift basket here, courtesy of the Red Mile. Thank you very much for coming out and competing today. Oh, don't let it fall off. It's a little windy and breezy down here now. Okay, congratulations to Sandra Castleman, our first runner-up. That means there can only be one prize left. Who is the winner of the 2021 Hat to Trot contest, Brittany?
I think it's going to have to be the barn hat.
The barn hat. All right. Ms. McCarthy, the barn hat. Come on over, accept your prize. Katrina McCarthy, also known as Andy McCarthy's wife, by the way. That's awesome. Playing on behalf of the Harness Horse Youth Foundation, Ellen Taylor, Bob Hayden, and the gang. Let me get out of the way of the photos here, and then we're going to talk to Katrina. All right, got to talk to the first two finishers here. Let's start with Sandra. Again, Kendra, sorry, I apologize. Really good spot here. How does that gift basket look?
Great, thank you very much.
And you are
I wanted to be in the winner's circle here.
Well, everybody wants to be in the winner's circle here, and you're sitting in the floral chair, which is famous.
I know.
A little bit later on, the winners of the Philly Futurity and Futurity will be in here, but you get to sit here first.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations. Katrina, really good effort here. Remind us again who made the hat for you.
So Ellen Taylor of the Harness Horse Youth Foundation asked me yesterday if I would represent HHYF, and I said absolutely.
All right, they made a nice presentation in the winner's circle to the Antonacci family yesterday. What gave you the inspiration to enter the contest? Did she call you? Did you call her? I need some, I need a little fact digging here.
So she made the hat. She did all the hard work. I just had to put it on my head and show up today. So
you look beautiful, and it's really fun.
Thanks so much.
All right, congratulations to all of our finalists and contestants here. A lot of fun today, and a big thanks to the folks at the Wycliffe Veterinary Pharmacy, Brittany Gavinonis and Samantha.
grandfather instilled in me that there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
Looking for your next quality standardbred racehorse? Look no further than Sugar Valley Farm in Delaware, Ohio. Sugar Valley's lineup of stallions include World Champion Down by the Seaside, Lather Up, the fastest horse in harness racing history, Little Brown Jug Champion, Well Said, and the newest stallions to the Sugar Valley lineup, Catch the Fire, Marseille, and Mission Accepted. Sugar Valley Farm, the home of champions.
Reach the people you have to reach by advertising in Harness Racing Update, the sport's most comprehensive and timely news source. HRU provides the best bang for your advertising dollars because we reach and engage your potential customers anywhere in the world. Not only has HRU grown its subscriber base by nearly 30% in just 3 years, but our open and click rates far exceed industry averages, which tells us that readers are engaged with the digital publication and how they receive it. Plus, your ad support helps us keep HRU free to subscribers. Find out more today by visiting harnessracingupdate.com and clicking on the advertising link at the top of the page.
Track bugler Ryan Courtney calls the fillies to the track for this afternoon's fifth race. It is the Tattersall's Pace Glen Garnsey Memorial for the 3-year-old pacing fillies. Sponsored by the Down by the Seaside Syndicate and Diamond Creek Farms, purse of $207,000. The What is Marsala ahead of her. Linda Toscano trains for Eric and Lisa Cherry's Leaded Ride Stables. Data Barnes Bottom Line Racing, the South Mountain Stables. Jeff Carell's Little ELLC, Scott Zeron. Number 2 is Nashville Elgeta. Tony Gadanya trains for Crawford Farms Racing. Andy McCarthy. 3 is Fire Start ahead of her. Nifty Dorbin trains. Dexter Dunn aboard for the Penske Stables. David Host and Lawrence Beans. 4 is Paula's Bit ahead of her. Ron Burke trains for Christopher Nickel. Chris Page up. 5 is Blue Diamond Eyes. Ron Burke trains for Thomas and Scott Dillon. Yadik Jingra. 6, The Beach is Calling. Chris Ryder trains for Bella Racing Limited with Tim Dietrich. The 7 is Staycation ahead of her. Brent Pelling trains for Dave McDuffie, Brian Sears. The 8, Grace Hill. Nifty Dorman trains for Tom Hill with Todd McCarthy. The Bernardus Test of Faith. Brent Pelling trains. Dave Miller drives for Melvin Siegel. The Kentuckiana Racing Stable and Eddie Grand. And rounding out the field, that's number 10, Notorious Pink. Tony Gadanya trains for Lanyon Grant Stable, Big Al Stables. Byron and Stephanie Bell's Riverview Racing, Fodarian Head Stable. Bob McClure is at the controls. There is your field for the 5th race. There are no changes. They will go to the post in just a few minutes for race 5. Fifth race up next. We've got a full field of 10 for the Glenn Garnsey Memorial for the sophomore pacing fillies. Dave Brown, one of the events we look forward to seeing each and every fall here in Lexington, but particularly this year because you get that ultra deep group of 3-year-old pacing fillies. For my money, maybe the best group in North America. The 3-year-old pacing fillies just so deep, top to bottom. You're really seeing all of the major players here, maybe with the exception of Hot Mess Express, who is up at Indiana Stakes action right now. But a good group, full field of 10 here going to the post.
I'm looking forward to this one. This is an outstanding field for this, not inaugural, but renewal of the Glenn Garnsey Memorial as part of the Tattersall's pace here. Full field of 10. Let's begin the discussion, Gabe, with number 9, Test of Faith. We all figured she would be the favorite here. She's 10 for 12 on the season so far. Couple of seconds, so she has not been worse than second. We watched her put on a show, so to speak, last year at the age of 2. She won 8 of her 9 starts with a second, so she's never been worse than second. I know that sounds easy to explain. She went over the $1 million earnings mark with that win last week over the sloppy track. She gets a fast track today, but, Gabe, she gets an outside post, and you and I both know that will test not only her, but her Hall of Fame driver, Dave Miller.
Yeah, you know Dave's going to have to try and move forward off the wings. Where does she ultimately land? We'll have to see. I mean, there's a lot of early speed in here. I would think even if she get away somewhere mid-pack, she'd like to set up a late rally. But to Test of Faith, yeah, no easy assignment there, Dave. That's why I see that price there at 6-5. Had she been inside, I think she could have been odds on. It's a very deep group, but again, Test of Faith, obviously just a standout. Never worse than second, 18 of 21. You have to respect her credentials at 6-5. On the board. Shout out to Eddie Grant, co-owner Test of Faith. They part of the Kentucky football coaching staff, 6-0 Kentucky Wildcats. So shout out to Eddie Grant and good luck today and to Test of Faith and all of the connections. You and I both in the runner-up spot. We've moved to the 3 Fire Star Hanover, who's a very nice filly in her own right, Dave. She could go over $1 million with a nice check here today. She's 12 of 23. As she comes off a third-place finish where she had post 9 and not the easiest of trips here last week.
It was not, and you know what? It's become an amazing rivalry between these two very talented fillies. At the end of the season last year, at age 2, Fire Star at Hanover was voted the Dan Patch champion by the United States Harness Riders. It was maybe one of the closer votes throughout all of the categories because you could have made a good case for her. She had earned $592,000, whereas Test of Faith earned $500,000. Certainly nothing to sneeze at there. Your vote could have gone either way. Now, the post positions are clearly reversed. Fire Star at Hanover last week out of post 9, had it grinded out on the rim and still held well. If anything, she was coming again at the wire. Test of Faith had post 3, had a perfect trip and kind of measured it off late. So a reversal there. But let's give a little love to a couple of the other fillies in here because they're pretty darn good too. The 5 Blue Diamond Eyes, a back-to-back sub-148 winner here in that Kentucky Championship Series. You got to call those races, and you know we're going to see a whole lot more speed today.
And she was so vicious, Dave, in winning that championship event. You know, she cut that mile out, did all of the heavy lifting there, 26-3, 54-2, and still had enough through the lane there. She sprinted home at 26-2, 47-4 to fight off the 6. The Beach is calling. It was quite the slugfest to the wire, but ultimately it was Blue Diamond Eyes who crossed first. She's a recent millionaire as well. Again, the depth of these 3-year-old pacing fillies, you know, it's incredible. You know Blue Diamond Eye, she's going to be springing the gate here, but many of these fillies show early speed, so it's going to be quite the shootout in that opening turn.
It should be, and one of them that will show speed, I think, at least from the outside. Trainer Nifty Norman has not only Fire Star at Hanover in here, but he also has Grace Hill, who has had an exceptional season so far. 3-year-old daughter of Always Be Mickey. For owner Tom Hill, who's had a lot of success here during the Grand Circuit couple of weeks. Post 8, no easy task for her. And don't forget about number 1, Marsala Hanover. She usually gives her all in spots like this. The inside post and Scott Zeron will have them close early.
And it is post time. With that in mind, Dave, that Crawford Farm starting gate has moved into position. Starter call. Loaded group of sophomore pacing fillies. Named after the Hall of Famer Glenn Garnsey. The Glenn Garnsey Memorial, sponsored by the Down by the Seaside Syndicate and Diamond Creek Farms. Field of 10. They are on gain. And they are off. The Beach is calling, fired up early to Brinside Blue. Diamond Eyes also left out far outside. Notorious Pink came out swinging as they fired that opening turn. And it is the Beach is calling. Who quickly moves up to take over the lead for Tetrick. Notorious Pink riding tight off the pacemaker in second. Blue Diamond Eyes there in third, but Jingrad not content. He's up and on the move with Blue Diamond Eyes. The Kentucky Sire Stakes champion. Blue Diamond Eyes works up to the outside as they move past the quarter here. 27-1. The Beach is calling. Release, she down track second in front of the Notorious Pink. Grace Hill's away file to begin fourth. Marsala ahead of her's next fifth. Firestart ahead of her races from sixth in front of Test of Faith. Nashville Elgetta tracks in the eighth spot in front of Paula's Bed ahead of her. At the back marker, Staycation ahead of her. As the fillies move across the backstretch, it's Blue Diamond Eyes. Jingrad looks to tap at the brakes here for a second quarter breather. The Beach is calling. Looming just off the pacemaker in second. Notorious Pink follows at the inside third. Grace Hill is out rolling now, uncovered up at the outside fourth as they move past the half in 55 seconds. Dunn sets it up perfectly, second over with Fire Start ahead of her. She moves up at the outside fifth. She's followed by the favorite Test of Faith. She's third over now, sixth, just 3 lengths off the lead. They're double tiered out of the far turn. Grace Hill turns up the pressure on Blue Diamond Eyes. Fire Start ahead of her. Looming up second over. She's up at the outside third. The Beach is calling when they don't need a way through. She's down at the inside fourth. Test of Faith still up third over. 3/4 in 1:22. They turn for home the Glenn Garnsey Memorial. It's Blue Diamond Eyes a short lead down at the inside. Grace Hill still inching closer. Fire Start ahead of her. Begins to fire off cover now. Test of Faith unwinds up at the far outside. As they move into mid-stretch, Test of Faith is going best. It's Test of Faith who rallies up at the far outside, and Test of Faith will sweep past to win. From Firestart ahead of her, Grace Hill finished third, Marsala ahead of her fourth, and 1:48-3. She's done it again. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm. Winner's presentation. This is Test of Faith. Overcomes the tricky post this afternoon. Brett Pelling, the trainer. Dave Miller picks up his second one of this afternoon's program. Test of Faith, owned by Melvin Siegel, Charlotte, North Carolina. The Kentucky Atta Racing Stable from right here in Lexington. And Eddie Grand, also of Lexington. Test of Faith, a 3-year-old bay filly. She's by Art Major. From the Cam's Card Shark Mare, Cadet Cabby, bred by Fred Hertrick the third. She's now 19 of 22 in her career, now well over $1.1 million. Test of Faith captures the Glenn Garnsey Memorial. The Tattersall's pace. Greeted the Wedding Connections trackside. Adam Bowden of the Diamond Creek Farms. On behalf of the Down by the Seaside Syndicate, sponsors of today's Glenn Garnsey Memorial, 9381 is on the board. That official. Fifth race results are now official. Test of Faith off is the 4-5 favorite. She returns 360, 280, and 220. Second to the 3 Fire Start ahead of her, 280, 240. The 8 Grace Hill was third, 380. The exacta 9-3 was $8.60. $1 trifecta, $19 even. The 20-cent superfecta was $45.16. Official rundowns in for the fifth race. 1 Marsala ahead of her fourth. Number 2, Nashville to get a ninth. 3 Fire Start ahead of her second. 4 Paula's Bet ahead of her 10th. 5 Blue Diamond Eyes fifth. Number 6, The Beach is calling seventh. 7 Staycation ahead of her eighth. 8 Grace Hill third. Number 9 Test of Faith the winner. Number 10 Notorious Pink was sixth. Rechecking top down. It's 4-9-2, 10-5-7, 8-3-1, 6 on the bottom. Test of Faith 148-3. And to learn a little more about Test of Faith, Dave Brower standing by with the gentleman that's been on a great run, Eddie Grand, one of the lead assistants on that undefeated University of Kentucky football team and a co-owner of the great Test of Faith.
Thank you very much, Gabe Pruitt. And we know how important those Kentucky Wildcats are to you, as to this gentleman right here. And I'll tell you what, it is a distinct pleasure to finally get the chance to talk to Mr. Eddie Grand here. Haven't had the opportunity yet, sir. You've had a couple of good horses along the ways with your partners, Ken Jackson and company, the Kentuckiana Farms here. How did you end up getting in on this partnership with this amazing filly?
Well, it's kind of interesting because I had owned 3 or 4 with them. And I wasn't sure if I was going to go in on the next one. And she was getting ready to run her first race, and it was about 12:30. And they said, you've got about an hour to make a decision. And I said, what's her name? And they said, Test of Faith. I said, it's done.
You're in, right?
I'm in. So it was a really good decision.
The best decision maybe that you have ever made. Hey, listen, I got to talk to Kenny last week in the Winner's Circle, and I said, how does this sound? Congratulations to you on harness racing's newest millionaire. You add to that bankroll today.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I mean, she's just a beast. She really is, and just love the way she runs, and she's got great heart. And
we know you have a lot of duties as part of an intricate part of the Kentucky football program as well. Have you been able to watch her out on the road here, or do you only get to see her when she races at the Red Mile?
Only at the Red Mile, and I thank God for those apps.
You're able to watch the races on your phone?
I haven't missed one.
Give me an idea. Compare the competitiveness of top-level college football to horse racing. Is there any way to compare that?
Well, you feel like you got a little bit of control in the college football world. Here, I was nervous as all get out, and it's so exciting, and it's just like being out there last night on the sideline for that game. I get the same feeling.
Now, you can read a program as well as the rest of us here. You see that number 9 next to her name, so you knew this was not going to be an easy task coming out of post 9. Were you a little bit worried about that?
I was, but Brett wasn't worried, and he doesn't care where she's at. He loves her, and so what a great ride by David. And so, he had the LSU colors on today, so it was fitting in the purple. And so, go Cats, go Test of Faith.
All right, now hopefully one of her next starts will be with me in New Jersey at the Meadowlands, as that's where the Breeders' Crown is held. Do you think you can get away for a day to come watch?
I do. I have a great head coach.
That's a good thing. You always need friends in your corner. Listen, sir, congratulations. Thanks for spending a couple of minutes with us in the winner's circle. And, Test of Faith, she's never disappointed you yet. We hope that continues.
Thank you very much.
All right, Eddie Grand, ladies and gentlemen, one of the co-owners of Test of Faith, who wins for the 19th time in just 22 starts.
Weissman Farms. World-class broodmares located at world-class Kentuckyana Farms. And a world-class stallion, Help is on the way. Indiana's Walner by the great Chapter 7.
Scoring from post 12 here at 2-1. Help is on the way.
His first foals sell at the Hoosier Classic. Don't leave the sale without one.
Team Orange Crush, the New Jersey-based husband and wife stable of Andy and Julie Miller, are one of harness racing's most successful stakes winners. Andy has won over 9,000 races and $130 million. Julie has trained over 2,000 winners. They captured the 2020 Mohawk Million with Dan Patch Award winner Venerate. They were 27-1 upsetters in the Kentucky Filly Futurity with Love a Good Story. Developers of Millionaire Trotters and New York-based stallions like Devious Man, now standing at Blue Chip Farms, and Metz Hall, standing at Winback Farm. Join a winning combo. Team Orange Crush.
They are off, competing for over $4 million in purses this season. Join us to witness the best the sport of harness racing has to offer and celebrate Harrah's Hoosier Park's 2021 championship season alongside family, fun entertainment, handicapping contests, giveaways, and more. Be sure to catch the hottest harness racing action now through December 4th. First post is 6:30 p.m. Visit harrahshoosierpark.com for a full lineup of racing events, live entertainment, and casino promotion.
Bugler Ryan Courtney calls the fillies to the track for this afternoon's 6th race. It's the Help is on the way for Kentucky Filly Futurity eligibles. It's sponsored by Weissman Stables. No changes, field of 11. Go for a purse of $25,000. 6th race does kick off another pick 3. The one is Awesome Tricks. Chris Beaver trains, and he co-owns with Aaron Merriman and Robert McNerney. Brian Sears drives. Number 2 is Presto. Ocas Fonstedt, the treader. Yada Jingrai, the bank for Brixton Medical Incorporated. 3, Easy Pass. Nifty Norman trains. Brett Miller up for Melvin Hartman, Dave McDuffie, and Diamond Creek Racing. Number 4 is Aunt Irene. Nancy Tactor trains for Christina Tactor and Solvig's Breeders. Dexter Dunn. 5, Beautiful Game. Nifty Norman trains. Tim Tetrick at the bank for Melvin Hartman, Dave McDuffie, and Seaside Bloodstock. Number 6, Dutiful. Jonas Citizen trains for Ben Heber Terry. Mark McDonald drives. 7 is Piper Hanover. Tony Galania trains. Eddie McCarthy up for the Brittany Farms. Marvin and Lynn Katz at Al Livfeld. The 8 is Splash Blue Chip. Ocas Fonstedt, the trader driver, the co-owner with Melby Guard Incorporated. Number 9 is Adoka Hanover and Noel Daly trains. Todd McCarthy in the bank for the Caviar Farms, Crawford Farms Racing, LA Express Stable, and Noel Daly. 10 is Lady Chaos. Linda Toscato trains for Richard Gudnick, Thomas Pontone, Joseph Lozito Jr., the Enviro Stables Limited, Dave Miller. And the 11 is Chablis. Jonas Citizen trains for the Constance Racing Stable. Scott Zeron is at the lines. That is the field for the 6th race. There are no changes. Please note numbers 10 and 11. 10 and 11 start here in an overnight in the 2nd tier. Sixth race up next as we march on the closing day card here in Lexington. And Dave Brown, we've got Philly trotters up next. But a very cool moment there. Test of Faith delivered there even from post 9. Dave Miller did find a nice trip there, third up, but not easy to pass Firestar Hanover, who had a nice trip of her own, but she stepped up and delivered at a nice interview there as you got to catch up with the co-owner, Eddie Grant.
That's a lot of fun. Got to meet him as well. I know he's an important part to the Wildcat program as well, and he's certainly an important part to Test of Faith and the team that brings her to the races each and every week. I was happy to ask him, has he ever been able to get on the road to watch her? And you know, you and I, we're going to be in New Jersey in a couple of weeks for those big Breeders' Crown finals, and I tried to tease him into finding a way to sneak away. We'll see if we can get him there.
Yeah, well, I know we are on the road at Georgia this week. We do have a bye week on Elimination Week, so that's perhaps of interest there. But I think the following week, we're back on the road at Mississippi State. So we'll see if he can sneak away. I know he would love to do so if possible, and Test of Faith just continues to march on. We're to the 6th race here. This is for Filly Futurity eligibles. The Help is on the way, sponsored by Wiseman Stables. And Dave, it being an overnight event, the rules are different here in Lexington for overnights as opposed to stakes. In overnight races, post 10 is 2nd tier. So we'll actually have a couple of 2nd tier starters here in race 6 from post 10 and 11.
And I like that idea because that's certainly going to help my choice. I was picking Lady Chaos, I did a couple of days ago, thinking that she was going to start from post 10. So now I'm pretty happy to hear that she'll be lining up behind the Awesome Tricks and at least get away in the middle of the pack there. Lady Chaos, she's been a top-level elite trotting filly for a couple of seasons now for her Hall of Fame trainer, Linda Toscano. David Miller, her regular pilot for almost all assignments here. You know, maybe not as many wins yet this year, 2 for 13, but she's just so consistent. She goes out and delivers a good top quality effort no matter what size track, no matter what the situation. So I want her to step up and deliver here. By all rights, she should probably have been part of that Kentucky Filly Futurity final, but you know, sometimes things just don't go her way. So this is a good consolation prize. And hey, listen, you just saw why Dave Miller is a Hall of Fame driver. He can overcome bad posts. Yes, it helps when you have a filly of test of faith's ability, but Lady Chaos, you know, I would rate her, you know, just as good. She's been super since day one when Linda Toscano broke her.
Looks very good out there on the track as well. You see her ears up, nice, alert, scoring down to the backstretch on the infield video monitor right now. Dave, my top selection is one that Dave Miller drove last week. That's number 3, Easy Pass, in honor of Muscle Hill for a Team Nifty in orbit of the crew. Brett Miller takes over the assignment here, but you'll recall she actually threaded through horses, navigated all sorts of heavy traffic there last time. She actually got up to win, but she made a break just a step or two before the line. She was ultimately disqualified and placed second. Nonetheless, though, she did cross the line first in 53 and change. I thought that was a good mile. I thought this was a type of race. There's going to be a lot of action here. You would think with the 11 horses, 2 in the second tier. This is really a preview of what's to come, though, with all those signature events later on the card. With those 12-horse fields, of course, those will feature 10 on the gate, 2 of the second tier as well. So I think we're going to see some movement forced with those 2 trailers in this race. I thought it could set up nice for a horse that likes to do their best work off the pace. That's typically the weapon of choice for Easy Pass. She's a 5-time winner on the season. And again, that did race well here last out. She was pretty good all season at Kentucky Commonwealth. And don't hold that against her. You see all those finishes underneath there. She was chasing Alter around for the most part in those Kentucky Commonwealth events. So that was very, very tough company for her. I just hope today she can sit and track and shake loose late. And I think this price is going to go up. She's 7-2 on the board right now. Wouldn't shock me to see her get off a click or 2 higher.
You know, I'll tell you what, she was very good last week. Now, sometimes things work out during the middle of the race, and then sometimes things don't work out right at the wire. As Dave Miller was circling in front of the winner's circle, you know, I was out there with the microphone getting ready for an interview. I said, "What do you think?" He looked over at me, goes, "I don't know." He says, "It was right at the line," and that was the truth. But I did see a picture of the official photo finish, and it did look like she had already moved into being off gate, so that's probably why the judges made that decision. So Brett Miller will take over, the other Miller for Easy Pass, and I can't blame you for that selection. Lots of other good fillies in here. Awesome tricks for Chris Beaver, who won an elimination of the Hambletonian Oaks. Piper Hanover, who's been good for the Alanya Armada. And look for some sneaky speed, maybe out of Oka Svanstead with Splash Blue Chip.
Should be a good one as Ed Crawford Farm starting gate has moved into position. It's post time for this afternoon's 6th race. It's the Help is on the way. For Kentucky Filly Futurity eligibles, Help is on the way, stands at the Weissman Farms of Indiana. He's a set of Chapter 7, earned better than $600,000. Oldest crop, now yearlings. Check them out at the sale. Coming up at the Hoosier Classic Yearling Sale, there'll be 32 as part of his first crop. That's October 22nd, 23rd. Help is on the way. Once more, stands at the Weissman Farms of Indiana. Three-year-old trotting fillies lined up for the Help is on the way. Field of 11. They are on game. And they are off. Beautiful game. Goes sprinting out quickly from the setter, Piper Hanover. Also on the attack early with Aunt Irene. Moving on through towards the inside as they trot on to the turn. Piper Hanover and Andy McCarthy. We move on up and past a beautiful game. As Aunt Irene was out trotting in third, advancing up on the outside, caught wide. Annika Hanover continues to move up for Todd McCarthy. Dutiful will dive at early 5th. Awesome Tricks come out trotting in 6th. Lady Chaos next in 7th from the second tier. Looking to dive into the 8th spot. There's Splash Blue Chip. She will do so. Presto still caught wide at the outside 9th. Chablis is 10th. And at the back, Easy Pass. She'll have to do it from last. The quarter just 28 seconds. And Annika Hanover has taken over the lead from Piper Hanover, who tracks very closely in the second spot. Beautiful game. Sitting just off that top pair, third. Aunt Irene continues to follow in 4th. Right now, she's 4.5 lengths off the lead. Dutiful opting to sit in at this point 5th with Awesome Tricks. Can we go away to the outside from a 6th? Lady Chaos is up to track that move in the 7th spot. The trot pass a half here at 55-1. It's Annika Hanover who fronts the field onto the far turn. Piper Hanover has had that perfect trip from the pocket 2nd. His beautiful game continues at the inside from a 3rd. Advancing up uncovered now is Aunt Irene. She begins to cut into the margin.
Awesome Tricks slightly gapping that cover the outside 5th. Dutiful saving ground 6th. Lady Chaos stacked up right now. She's a 3rd up in front of Splash Blue Chip as they trot through the 3/4 mark in 1:23. It's Attica ahead of her, who continues to show the way, turning for home. Piper ahead of her, the fresh red, looking to burst out of the pocket. Beautiful Game dives on through down at the inside. Far outside, Splash Blue Chip from way downtown as they move into deep stretch. Piper ahead of her is taking over. Beautiful Game down at the inside. Splash Blue Chip continues to lunge late. Beautiful Game down at the inside. Here's Splash Blue Chip. Splash Blue Chip from far back to win. Beautiful Game was 2nd. Piper ahead of her 3rd. Dutiful 4th. 151-4. .8576 at official race 6. 8.576 at officially the 6th. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm Winners presentation. This is Splash Blue Chip, who rallies from far back to take race 6. Okus Fonstedt, the trailer driver and the co-owner of Wrightstown, New Jersey. He co-owns along with Melby Guard Incorporated of Delray Beach, Florida. Splash Blue Chip, a 3-year-old daughter of E.L. Titan from the Donato Hanover Bear, Dunk the Donato. Bred in New York by Blue Chip Bloodstock. Splash Blue Chip in for her 4th of the season, the 5th overall. The winning effort 151-4. That is a career best clocking for Splash Blue Chip. Another Fonstedt upstetter. Splash Blue Chip here 24-1. Splash Blue Chip takes the Help is on the way. Sponsored by Weissman Stables. And again, check out the Help is on the way. First crop yearlings, 32 in the Hoosier Classic yearling sale. That's coming up on October 22nd and 23rd. Sixth race results are official. Splash Blue Chip returns 50-80, 20-40, and 12-80. Second of the 5 Beautiful Game, 680, 440. Third of the 7 Piper ahead of her, 620. The Exacta 8-5. $521.80. The $1 trifecta, $1,518. The superfecta, check your tickets very carefully. Know what had the superfecta. The superfecta will return on a 20-cent 857 all. Once again, 857 all for the superfecta. The 20-cent return on 857 all is $3,160. 50-cent pick 5 this afternoon. Needed all 5 here. Mandatory payout in that pick 5, all 5 worth $1,467.05. Official rundowns in for the 6th race. Awesome Trick 6th. The number 2 Presto 10th. 3 Easy Pass 11th. Number 4 Aunt Irene 7th. 5 Beautiful Games 2nd. 6 Dutiful 4th. 7 Piper ahead of her 3rd. The 8 Splash Blue Chip the winner. 9 Attica ahead of her 8th. Number 10 Lady Chaos 5th. And number 11 Chablis was 9th. Rechecking at 6-10-11. 7-2-4, 3-1-8, 5 and 9 on the bottom. Splash Blue Chip 151 and 4. 7th race is up next. It's the EL Titan All Rods Farms Open Trot. Field of 8. There are no changes in the upcoming 7th race. It's in 10 minutes.
With over 30 years of experience in wealth planning and a lifetime of involvement in harness racing, Matt Franklin at Wire to Wire Wealth can help you build a financial plan that addresses the unique circumstances of those involved in the horse racing industry. Whether you are investing to build wealth, protect your family, or preserve your assets, Matt at Wire to Wire Wealth will work with you through the wealth planning process from start to finish.
Welcome back to the stage, everybody, on a glorious Sunday afternoon, Kentucky Futurity Day, where in just about an hour or two we will contest the 129th edition of one of the longest stakes races, if not the longest stakes races in harness racing. Can you believe it's been that long? Think about that for a second. 129 years at this track they've raced this race.
Yeah, I've been to, I think, the last 20 or 21, and it seems like a long time.
It does. Well, listen, welcome into the head of Blue Chip Farms here. This is Tom Grossman here, based in Wallkill, New York, where, established in 1969, too, by the way, where they are bred in New York to take on the world. That's the way I always like to start our interviews. That's such a great slogan, and it just works for you and your team.
It does. My team has a real lot of passion for what we do, and they really do want to take on the world, and you can just see the way they lead in our yearlings and everything. They want to compete against the best of the best.
Well, I know one thing. When I get a chance, when I get down to Lexington and you begin showing your horses over at the Fasig-Tipton Sales Grounds or whatever, you're always one of my first stops. You know I love you and I love your gang. But I just stand in the background and I watch all the great horsemen that I know that come to your consignment to take a look because they know they're looking at quality.
Yeah, both, as you know, it's the quality that the breeding is, but you know, a lot of people here have gotten to know Noel Augusti, who's with us. He's an agricultural engineer, and we really try to continue to tweak the model to make the best, not only best looking to sell that day, but what's going to perform the best. And it's a lot of work, and you can only do it if you really love what you're doing. And I'm blessed with a core crew of 10 or 15 guys that have as much passion and feel for it that I do.
Exactly. You know, we've known you a long time, and I can always feel that when I'm in your presence. Now, you're never afraid to try something new or to tweak little things about your farm. They've been around so long here. I want you to tell us about the Blue Chip Mares program, and that is destined to help owners maybe save a little bit on the overall cost here as long as they come to your farm.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bless and a cursing the way the New York breeding is, where the mare actually has to be inseminated in New York. And that's an understandable hurdle for a lot of breeders. Again, we're blessed with an office staff led by Gene Brown that can really take a lot of the mystery and complication out of that, and we wanted to leverage that for other owners. Obviously, we want them to breed in New York, but it is an extra layer of headache, and we're just saying we will take that away from you. Send us the mare, and we will take care of all the paperwork and all the complexities that go along with that.
It definitely clears up some of the headaches for them. Now, hold that thought. They're stepping onto the track here for race number 7, the Alarage Farms Open Trot. More with Tom Grossman of the Blue Chip Farms after the post parade.
Track bugler Ryan Courtney calls the trotters to the track for this afternoon's 7th race. It is the EL Titan Alarage Farms Open Trot, sponsored by the Blue Chip Farms LLC at EMP Investway. No changes in the 7th race. 1 is Serban. Peeringbaum trains for the Constance Racing Stable. Longbridge Trotting Incorporated. Casper Fogut drives. 2 is Guardian Angel Oz. At the Brinson trains. Brian Sears aboard for ACL Stuteri and Kale Johansson. Number 3 is Beads. Peeringbaum trains for Buckstone Land Livestock with Dave Butler. Forbidden Trade, that's the 4. Luke Blaze trains for Determination. Bob McClure up. The 5 ready for Muddy. Nancy Tacker trains. Ada McCarthy drives for the Lindy Farms. John Fielding, Herb Liverman, and Bud Hatfield. Number 6, Ecury D. Oka Sponstedt, the trader driver, the co-owner, along with the Marco Creevy Stables and the Sullivan Yuxel Stables. 7 is Back of the Neck. Oka Sponstedt, the trader, but he co-owns with Howard Taylor, the Order by Stable, and Judith Taylor, Scott Zierman. At the gate, it's Academic. Ron Burke trains for Brad Grant. Yadik Jingra at the lines. That's the field for the 7th race. The EL Titan, Alarage Farms Open Trot. We'll go to the post in just a few minutes. We'll send it back downstairs to the main stage. Dave Brower standing by once more with Tom Grossman.
What a nice field we have here for the Al Araj Farms Open Trot. We get to see the North American debut of Ecurie D. But let's get back to Blue Chip Farms and Mr. Tom Grossman here. You know, I do a little research. I try to do some homework before I talk to all of you gentlemen and ladies throughout the week here. Your farm breeds close to 900 mares every year. That, to me, that's an astounding number.
It is. We're blessed to have 9 stallions that have really started to get the job done. We have the old stalwarts, but Shadow Play has really had a great year, and EL Titan just won the last race here with one that we bred. So it's all about keeping the stallion power to get the mares, you know, to the farm.
And you're not afraid to spend when you find one that you like, too. That's a difficult negotiation. I talked to Adam about that the other day.
It's more difficult now that Adam's in the game.
We'll blame that on him.
Yeah.
We'll blame that on him. Now, again, here we go. You call them the Blue Chip 9, 4 trotting stallions, including, of course, Chapter 7, 5 pacing, including one of the greatest of all time, Better's Delight.
Yeah, he's the mailman. He's you know, the joke around the farm is that Most Happy Fella built the farm and Better's Delight rebuilt the farm. And that couldn't be truer. And now we're blessed with Chapter 7. Who's going to rebuild the farm, and we'll keep going, hopefully.
Well, listen, you got a lot to be proud of, the work that, again, you and your crew have done over the years. The Blue Chip bred progeny over those years is close to $500 million in earnings. Not million, $500 million.
Yeah.
What do you have to say about that?
I mean, it's certainly not mostly because of me. It's a huge team effort, and but it shows, you know, we have a little bit of an edge to us, as you know, and that horses can be bred in New York to take on the world.
All right.
And we have.
You good. You should be proud of it, and we look forward to many, many more champions coming out of Wallkill, New York. Now, let's talk a little bit of sale, because that has certainly been the big news in town over the last week. You know, my word is gangbusters. George Siegel's word was wow. You got a word for me?
Yeah, somewhere in between those two. Very happy.
All right, your consignment did very, very well as well. I think you were one of the leaders by average. Your horses averaged $100,000?
106.
That's incredible. Good stuff. Overall, your consignment, though, you had to be happy with the way things went.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're long-term thinkers, so we're very happy with the money we got. I think we're as happy that really sharp trainers wound up with most of them. You know, a lot of them are out of young mares, and it makes a hell of a difference if someone who can really get a good winner out of the first or second foal. So when you raise the right horse, you raise your chances of it going to a high-end program, and it raises your chances of selling the second or third one for the right price.
I picked out one that was kind of one of my favorites. The name 106 was little expensive, and the final hammer price was $260,000. But anytime you see Andy and Julie Miller looking at one of your horses and then buying, you know that horse is going to an extremely top-quality organization.
That's exactly right. And, you know, we raised that one for a client of ours, but she's a great client. And to have the first foal to go to Andy and Julie's barn is exactly what a breeder wants.
And they're familiar with that maternal family, too, Seviorum. Tell us a little bit more about her.
She's a big, good-looking mare. Was a perfect cross. And Andy and Julie really had faith in her. I had a hunch that, you know, they'd be looking for the first foal, and but obviously, thankfully, someone else was too.
That does make a difference. You need 2 to tango when it
Correct.
comes to those sales. All right, you're not just about breeding. You're not just about mares and sales. You race a little too, so you had the opportunity to hop into the winner's circle the other day with World at Wardeo, and that was a very big win for Yannick Gingras in particular.
Yeah, it was fun that it was Yannick's big win to go over that threshold, but that's a colt that I looked through the videos of all the horses quite a bit, and a little extra, obviously, at the Chapter 7s. And the video just haunted me how good it was. And I went up to Dave Maneri and I said, look, it's not really my forte to pimp you on other people's horses. I said, but go take a look at that one, and if you bought it, I'd love to have a piece. And it worked out perfect.
Well, that's confidence, too. If I was Dave, I would love to hear that from you. It just steps up the game a little bit. Okay. Listen, you mentioned, you teased ahead that you just won the last race, so how apropos it was that you bred Splash Blue Chip. I hope you had a $20 across-the-board ticket at $50 for Oka Svenstedt. Great daughter of E.L. Titan. Right before we threw it up to Gabe, I said, look for some sneaky kind of speed and effort from Splash Blue Chip. I hope a couple of people were listening.
Yeah, the 4th over trip, but, you know, I just can't tell you the passion of our group, and she's a special mare. She obviously produced Plunge Blue Chip already, so she's, you know, as we say, she's home cooking. But the passion that we have, and it's by a stallion, E.L. Titan, that we probably believe in a little bit more than the marketplace right now, just because he hasn't had the numbers or the chance to do it. But to get it done for the stallion, to get it done for our mare, we're selling a Chapter 7 sister in Harrisburg. But all of that is great business-wise, but just to see the pride and satisfaction of all my crew is really why we do it.
You sold Splash Blue Chip for $265,000 at Harrisburg a couple of years ago, and you just mentioned you've got another one, so it's happy to see that kind of a result today. That will eventually increase her value, but it's safe to say Mr. Svanstad will be visiting and taking a good long look at that sister?
Yeah, I think so. Aki's cagey. You never know what he's looking at. I have all the respect in the world for him. He and Sarah are great people, and we raced Plunge together, and they're as passionate about their horses as we are, so that's the kind of people we love hanging out with.
I know you love being part of days like this, even if you're not necessarily a participant, so I want to put your handicapper's hat on for just a second. We've got big, bulky 12-horse fields in the Philly Futurity and in the Futurity here. The two favorites look hard to beat, but you know anything can happen. Bella Bellini and then Juju B, very impressive horses.
Yeah, both of them are monsters. Juju B, particularly to me, has been done it the hard way a few times when it had to, and very impressive, hard to go against.
All right, we'll see how it works out. Listen, Tom, thanks as always for spending a couple of moments here. Congratulations on a great sale this week. Good luck to you coming up in Harrisburg, and good luck to your racing stock as well. It's fun all the way around, right?
It's much more fun racing horses than selling them.
All right, well, there you go, folks. That's our parting moment here. Tom Grossman, head of the Blue Chip Farms. Gabe, you've got the field here for the Orange Farms Open Trot, $134,000.
Thanks a lot, Dave. That Crawford Farm start to get in position. Starter call. The E.L. Titan, All-Rise Farms Open Trot. E.L. Titan stakes winning set of Muscle Hill stands at the Blue Chip Farms. Second leading trotting stallion in that rich New York Sire Stakes program. Field of 8 lined up. They are on game. And they are off and trotting. Guardian Angel Oz steps out sharply towards the inside. Beads right next door. And Ecurie D on the attack early into that opening turn with its academic. Also look to mix it up there as they move on to the turn. Ecurie D and Svanstedt look to sweep to the top. Guardian Angel Oz. There at the inside under tight rein from Sears. Beads tracks in a third. Back of the deck is caught wide early. Fourth. Sermon's dead at the cones in fifth. Forbidden Trades out trotting in sixth. It's Academic is caught at the rim in seventh and backing off to last. Ready for money. The quarter was 28-1. And Ecurie D at his North American debut. He fronts the field across the backstretch. Guardian Angel Oz under a very snug hold there in second for Sears. Beads tracks dead at the cones third. Back of the neck has been out every step. He grinds up at the outside for Xeron. It's Academic. Follows up at the outside of fifth. Ready for Muddy's third up. He moves up sixth past Serban, who's been shuffled back and Forbidden Trade to the outer flow. He's fourth up, but right now 6 lengths off the lead. Here's the trot past half in 56 seconds. 27-4 in the second quarter. Ecurie D now under pressure from a stablemate back of the neck. Guardian Angel Oz locked in the box dead at the inside. It's Academic is up second over there. Well spotted for Jingrad, a big price as they trot out of the far turn. Ready for Money is up third over on the outside. Beads has been shuffled back at the inside sixth. Forbidden Trade's up fourth over past Serban. Top of the stretch. Ecurie D's been there every step. And he moves off 3/4 in 123-4. It's Ecurie D turning for home of the All-Rise Farms. Back of the neck continues to inch closer to his stablemate. It's Academic is dead at the inside third, but Ecurie D is sprinted clear. He begins to open up now. Far outside Forbidden Trade has late trot, but it could be too late here. Ecurie D is drawn clear. Svanstedt just took a look back. It's all Ecurie D as he's trotting to the finish. Ecurie D will win it in hand at 150-4. Forbidden Trade was up for second. It's Academic or Beads in a show photo. 6-4, 8-3 is unofficial race 7, 6-4, 8-3 unofficially in the 7th. Seventh race results are official. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm Winners presentation. This is Ecury D, victorious in his North American debut. A sharp score this afternoon for Ecury D. Okus Fonstedt, the trainer, driver, and the co-owner of Wrightstown, New Jersey. He co-owns, along with the Marco Crevi stables of Delray Beach, the Sullivan Yüksel stables of Delray Beach. Ecury D is a 5-year-old bay stallion by Infinitive from the Muscles Yankee mare Too Soon, bred by J.P. Dubois right here in Kentucky. He's now 16 of 22 in his career. 150-4 for Ecury D. Prices up. Ecury D, the favorite, $340, $240, $240. Second at the 4 Forbidden Trade, $4, $340. The 8 It's Academic third, $580. Greeting the Wedding Connections trackside to make the trophy presentation, Tom Grossman on behalf of Blue Chip Farms at EMP Invest. Ecury D takes the EL Titan All Rise Farms Open Trot. That exacta was $12. The $1 trifecta, $39.50. 20-cent superfecta, $38.44. Official rundown for the 7th, Urban 5th. Number 2, Guardian Angel Oz 8th. 3, Beads 4th. 4, Forbidden Trade 2nd. 5, Ready for Buddy 6th. Number 6, Ecury D, the race winner. 7 back of the next 7th. 8, It's Academic 3rd. Rechecking, top down, it's 5-8-4, 2-6-1. 7 and 3 on the bottom. Ecury D, 150-4. And to learn a little more about Ecury D, who was sharp in his North American debut, we'll sit it down trackside. Dave Brower standing by with Sarah Sponstead.
Thanks very much, Gabe. And the mystery horse, I guess we could say that at this point, Ecury D has made a splashing North American debut here in Lexington, Kentucky at the Red Mile, a big mile too. 150-4 in the first start here for the 5-year-old by Infinity. Sarah Svanstead with me. Oka took the horse back to the paddock. He was acting up a little bit, like celebrating here in the winner's circle. First of all, tell us the story of how this horse arrived here in North America. A very good European companion over in Sweden. He even made the Elite Lop final.
Correct. He has been racing very good in Sweden and the whole Europe for since he was 3. And the owner wanted to try something new, and they know he is good on big mile tracks like this, so that was the main goal to put him here. And now we see what the next mission for him will be.
Certainly sounds like a very, very good decision, so to speak. Since Ecuridi arrived in your stable, his last start was May 30th. I guess that was the Elite Lop as well. How excited have you been and Oak has been for this day to actually race him here?
Well, number one was we wasn't really sure he was going to get in because he has no money this year, and it was based on the earning on 21. So when I saw it was just 8 horses in the box, it was a happy moment, and the owner was very happy too. So no, it was just perfect, and the horse performed, and he's gorgeous, and we're going to see and have a lot of fun with him in the future.
I can tell that for sure. The qualifier at the Meadowlands on September 25th, I had to watch that on tape as I was on the road, but I was mystified by him. And now we get to learn a little bit more about him today, but today's effort was simply unbelievable.
Yeah, he looked easy, and it's his first start show. I mean, many people thought maybe he was hunting for the world record today, but we take it step by step with him. And next mission might be the British Crown. He has to supplement, and we see how he gets out of this race to start with. But I look forward to the next year with him. That's the key for him, and I'm happy, and I hope everyone enjoyed to see him.
All right, well, thanks so much for showing him off in front of us today. That was a tremendous performance. You talk about an eye-opener. That's why we have these kinds of races here at the Red Mile.
Absolutely. We love to be here. The track is perfect, so the track people should have a big hand on their back, and the horses love it. That's the main key, to keep the horses happy and sound. So thank you for a good track.
All right, we love you having you in the winner's circle, too. Ladies and gentlemen, Ecuridi, first start in North America, a smashing success.
Rouge Farm has been an award-winning trendsetter in modern trotting for more than 3 decades. With world-class breeding nurseries located in New York and Pennsylvania, Rouge alumni include Millionaires, Fern, Muscles Marinera, Whiskey Tax, and Dewey Color in the Line. The Rouge Farm star-studded broodmare band features world champions Ice Attraction and Perfect Alliance, along with Cena, who produced the $480,000 sale topper and 150-1 performer Beautiful Sin. Rouge Farm recent foals hail from the exciting first crop, a world champion 6-pack. Among their exceptional yearlings offered at major sales are 2 by the Red Hot Woner, Walnisa, a filly by Rouge Star, and Wallander, a colt out of Glitzy Gal. Also, 7 Ways Ahead, a Chapter 7 sister to Barndolf, Lava Field, a first foal out of the Lucky Ava, and Down to Earth, a tactical landing sister to Opulent Yankee. Rouge Farm, a great foundation of success, producing trotting's future stars. For more information, log on to rougefarm.com and follow us along on Facebook.
Southwind Farms is the premier breeding facility in New Jersey and is home to top trotting sire Muscle Hill. Southwind also stands the world champion Walner and 2018 Breeders' Crown champion Tactical Landing. Southwind also has a beautiful standardbred nursery in upstate New York, where the rolling hills provide an ideal setting for foals to grow up strong and healthy for the lucrative New York Sire Stakes program.
Ryan Courtney with the call to the post for the Pacers on the track for this afternoon's 8th race. The All Rise Farms Open Pace, sponsored by Jeff and Paula Garrell. Purse of $158,000. The one is Anna Fried. Jeff Culliford trains, and he co-owns the Tom Podlick Racing LLC. Dexter Dunn drives. Number 2 is Ruthless Hanover. Tom Cancelleri trains for John Cancelleri, Andy McCarthy. 3 is Ocean Rock. Christy Noble trains. Dan Noble aboard for Sandra Burnett. 4 is Nicholas Beach. Jennifer Bongiorno trains for the Jennifer Bongiorno stable. John Lynn Gottschall and Michael Gagnon. Joe Bongiorno up. 5, This Is the Plan. Ron Burke trains the Burke Racing Stable. Weaver Bruce Shippey. Jerry and Teresa Silva. Pernell Libby and Larry Carr. Yadak Jingra. Number 6, Catch the Fire. Todd Luther trains for Greg Luther's Black Magic Racing LLC. The CT Stables LLC. Scott Zierbon. The 7 is out. The 8 is Tattoo Artist. Chris Rodder trains for Eric and Lisa Cherry's Leaded Rod Stables. Frank Cannon, Diamond Creek Racing. Jerry and Teresa Silva Stables. Tim Tetrick. The 9, Catawash. Ron Burke trains for Bill Donovan, Dave Miller. And number 10 is Allywag Hanover. Brett Pelling trains. Todd McCarthy is at the lines for the Allywag stable. That's the field for the 8th race. Scratch 7, Leonidas. Take out number 7. We're down to a field of 9. The All Rise Open Pace, just a few minutes away. Dave Brower would give lots of love to the field of open pacers here coming up shortly in race 8. But moving back to the 7th race, Ecury D. All of the steam in the world came in on that horse. He opened up as a huge favorite. I got messages, I think, from I don't know how many different countries of folks I've been fortunate enough to beat, and everyone was just touting how good of a trotter he really was, and he stepped up and delivered. Not easy to do after, of course, moving stateside, but what an impressive debut. He won that completely wrapped up and in hand, and that is a very good field of trotters.
It certainly was, and it was a win on the front end, too. So technically, he kind of beat the bias a little bit, so to speak. But I don't know how you possibly could have looked any better, and thanks to Sarah for sticking around to give us a little background. Because basically, you know, to those of us here, he had been a little bit of a mystery horse. We knew about the reputation when he showed up in that qualifier at the Meadowlands, and of course that was good. But that's the only experience he's had since the end of May. So that performance today was delivered off 4.5 months, you know, off. So things like that don't usually happen, and it certainly seems like he deserves, I guess, an invitation to the Breeders' Crown. But that's for people above my pay grade. We'll see whether that comes to fruition. But it would be we certainly would love to see him. And with that win, Oka Svanstedt has now taken a pretty significant lead in the trainer standings. He's up 2 now on Domenico Cecere and Tony Alagna, I believe. So good for him. We still have a lot of races to go today, including this one, which should produce some fireworks. You and I have been anxiously awaiting the Alaraj Farms Open Pace, $158,000, field of 9 after the scratch of Leonidas. There's power inside, Gabe. There's power in the middle, and there's power outside. How do we figure it all out?
Yeah, the All Rise Farms is always one of my favorite events here each and every fall, Dave. Of course, we saw the fastest mile ever, always be Mickey, in the All Rise Farms Open Pace. That was 1:46. And we've got lots of speedsters here as well. You know, I gave Catch the Fire. Look here, he's 8-1. Tough trip last time at Dayton. That just did not work out. Second tier, the start part of that at Hoosier, I thought he raced very well. That is not an easy starting slot up there at Hoosier Park, and he attacked and finished up in behind Ocean Rock. But Ocean Rock is the sharp horse. He's been his nemesis of late. We don't see him a tremendous amount out of big track. He did win that Hoosier Park Pacing Derby, but he won it in hand. 26-2, a 149 victory. I actually saw Dan Noble for a couple of moments out at the sales pavilion last night. He was quite confident, as he should be, with Ocean Rock rolling into town. in fine form.
Well, he knew he caught a big break when the posts were drawn. Ocean Rock from post 3. His main rival, I guess, today, Allywag Hanover, post 9. You know, as we sit going into the Allerage, I'd give a slight edge, you know, in terms of division leader, top free-for-roller to Allywag, but that could change easily today with a victory by Ocean Rock. But they're not the only two in here. Gabe, you and I both know that. I got to talk to Joe Bongiorno in the winner's circle, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and I asked him about Nicholas Beach. You know, he's overcome a couple of issues along the way, maybe a little bit of sickness, but he sounded quietly confident. He's got a good post for the first time, and it seems like forever. So Nicholas Beach will be part of this. And don't leave out Ruthless Hanover. He has a world of speed, too. A couple trips over the summer there didn't go his way, and he wasn't able to rack it up. But he's 23-1 right now. And if you wanted to make one of those wild exacta boxes, we've had a few big upsets here during the Grand Circuit meet. He could be part of this with the right kind of journey.
He could indeed, Dave. And again, it's just a field loaded with talent. You can certainly not overlook the Berg starters. He's got a pair in here as well. This is the plan. We sit him at the very top levels of the free-for-all ranks all season. Double millionaires, earned nearly $750,000 this season at the age of 6, Dave. He's got a perfect spot here. Plenty of options for Jinghua. You'd have to think he'll be blasting out there to get some position. And Catawash, how good was he here in Lexington last fall, Dave? 146-4. He picked up a huge stakes win. He returns to his favorite track here over the red clay.
I know. I hate that post for him, though. That's going to complicate matters significantly. Catawash entering off one qualifier, although it was a big one at the Meadows, 150-4. That angle worked for Atlanta earlier for the Burke Brigade, so they will try to get him home here. Catawash, of course, with that record last year, doing a little double duty. This season, he's racing and breeding, and the same can be said for Catch the Fire. He bred 85 mares earlier this year and continues to race. Todd Luther, Charlie Taylor, and it was such a good story when he was a 3-year-old, one of the top horses as well, the Adios winner for Mike Wilder.
Yeah, it really was, and you know, what a busy schedule he has had with the double duty. It's, as you said, same for Catawash. Catch the Fire has been well-traveled, and he has had a great campaign, winning nearly half of his starts. But again, you can make a case for so many of these, Dave. That's what we're looking forward to. A bit of a shootout. You put the early speedster, Allywag Hanover, on the extreme outside. He is the favorite, deservedly so here at 8-5. We'll see what Tattoo Artist, who's a very nice set of he's watching. What he has in mind early, Catawash as well. He's off with a little missed time. So it's a good group as they get set here for race 8.
Tattoo Artist, Hambletonian Day, 25 flat, 52 to the half, 118-3, and he held on by 1 inch. Let's see what happens. This is going to be fun.
Dan Crawford Farm starting 8 hands moved into position. It's post time for race 8. Starter call. Buckled up and put your seatbelts on. It's the All Rush Farms Open Base, sponsored by Jeff and Paula Garrell. Scratched down to by Field of Dawn. They are on gain. And they are off and pacing. Nicholas Beach came out swinging from the center of the track, far outside Allywag. Hanover also fired up. Those two will square off as they make their way to the opening turn. Ocean Rock also on the move early with Ruthless Hanover. Coming on through at the inside 4th. This is the plan. We'll dive in 5th in front of Anna Freed. Catch the Fire is next in line, 7th of the early stages in front of Tattoo Artist, and Catawash looks over from last as they move around that Tattersall's turn. Allywag Hanover dials up the opening quarter, 25-4. Wasn't enough for Nicholas Beach. He's back up and out of the pocket, so Nicholas Beach looks to take over the top from Allywag Hanover. Ocean Rock is very anxious, and Noble will now greenlight him to the outside. So a busy opening 3/8 here. They continue to shuffle the deck. Nicholas Beach see a new leader with Ocean Rock advancing up at the outside. Allywag Hanover follows that at the inside 3rd. Ruthless Hanover is 4th. A half of 51-3. A dazzling half mile here with Ocean Rock taking over the top out of the far turn. Nicholas Beach tracks very closely in 2nd with Ruthless Hanover moving up uncovered on the outside. This is the plan. Rides up 2nd over cover. Allywag Hanover's been shuffled back to 5th. Catch the Fire moves up at the outside 3rd over. He's 6th with 4 lengths to make up as they make their way towards the top of the stretch. That is Ocean Rock at the inside under pressure from Ruthless Hanover. They kick off three quarters, 1:19-1. Ocean Rock a short lead dead at the inside. Ruthless Hanover continues to inch in. Center of the track, this is the plan. Allywag Hanover with late pace. He begins to dive through late dead at the inside. Far outside moving up, catch the fire. But it's Allywag Hanover who navigates traffic, and he moves to it the inside. He's drawing clear. Allywag Hanover down to the line. He hits the wire, 1:46-4, equaling the world record. Allywag Hanover, new track record for a 4-year-old gelding. He equals the world record for 4-year-old gelding. Equals the mark of Dr. J. Hanover. World record equaling performance for Allywag Hanover, 1:46-4. Ten, 5, 6, 2, unofficially in the 8th. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm Winners presentation with a world record equaling performance today. New track record here for 4-year-old gelding, Allywag Hanover. Now the fastest 4-year-old in the history of the Red Mile. As he stands alone, Allywag Hanover, trained by Brett Pelling. Todd McCarthy was in the bike for the winning effort. And he is owned by the Allywag Stable of Wellsville, Pennsylvania. The Diamond Creek crew, part of the Allywag Stable, and Allywag Hanover trackside there for the Diamond Creek Farm Winners presentation. Allywag Hanover, a 4-year-old gelded son of Captain Treacherous. He is from the Ponderosa mare, Enderosa Hanover. He was bred by the Hanover Shoe Farms of Pennsylvania. 9 wins and 16 tries this season, number 17 at his career. Allywag Hanover, 1:46-4. Greeting the Winning Connections trackside to make the trophy presentation. Representatives from All Raj Farms. All Raj Open Pace, sponsored by Jeff and Paula Gorell. And the 8th race results are official. Eighth race results are official. The fastest 4-year-old in the history of the Red Mile, Allie Wag Hanover, world record equaling performance today, 146 and 4. And your prices are up now. Allie Wag Hanover returns 560, 380, 340. Second to the 5. This is the plan. $12, $27. Third of the 6 catch the fire, $660. The exacta 10-5 returns $70.80. $1 trifecta, $265.20. 20-cent superfecta, $248.58. The pick 3 worth $432.60. Official rundowns for the 8th race. Anna Freed was 8th. Number 2, Ruthless Hanover 4th. 3, Ocean Rock 5th. 4, Nicholas Beach 9th. 5, This Is the Plan 2nd. Number 6, Catch the Fire 3rd. Scratch 7, Leonidas. 8, Tattoo Artist 7th. Number 9, Cattle Wash 6th. And 10, Alley Wag Hanover, the race winner. Rechecking top down, it's 8-4-5, 9-2-3. Scratch 7-6 and 1 on the bottom. World record equaling performance from Alley Wag Hanover. Dave Brower standing by in the Diamond Creek Farm winner circle with Mr. Diamond Creek himself, Adam Bowden.
And how appropriate is that, Mr. Pruitt? Thank you for reminding me of that. It is Adam Bowden's time. Adam Bowden, before we talk about Alley Wag Hanover, I just want to say on behalf of all of us in the general Lexington area, thank you so much for your hospitality over the course of the last couple of weekends out at the sales grounds, at your farm, about 20 minutes away up the road here. Champions in Champaign, the beach party last night, a bunch of people out having a good time. But that's what you're all about, aren't you?
Absolutely. This is home for us, and so we want to celebrate with everybody.
All right, well, we definitely did that, and I know you can celebrate now. Alley Wag Hanover has rounded into form for trainer Brett Pelling in such a super fashion. Let's see, that is his 5th win in a row. It equals the world record. It sets a track record for a 4-year-old gelding here. You almost thought about selling this horse in a mixed sale how many months ago?
3 or 4 months ago, and clearly that would have been a big mistake.
All right, who talked you out of it?
Maybe myself.
All right, well, that was a wise decision. I don't know how much he would have brought at the sale that day, but it certainly wouldn't have been worth the fun and accomplishment that he has had so far. So first things first here, the sheet comes out. You see you got post 10. What were your emotions at that moment?
There's probably an expletive mixed in there, but no, he's been a wonderful horse for us. When we put together the group to buy him at 2, this is the kind of horse we thought he was. Brett's done a masterful job. I can't be more thankful.
You saw the quality of this field, Ocean Rock, you know, his efforts for Dan and Christy Noble out of town here, drawing post 3. You had to have some kind of a game plan going in.
Luckily, I don't have to make those calls, but Todd was brilliant, leaving hard, got to the lead, and then got to follow the good ones.
I was going to say, how about your driver, Todd McCarthy, who has guided this horse so well over the past? He just seems to be getting better and better and better.
Yeah, like I said, Brett's done a wonderful job with him, and the rest of this year and all of next year and into the future, this is going to be fun for us.
It certainly is. He'll be closing in on the $1 million earnings plateau so far. But, hey, listen, new lifetime mark today, 146 and 4. Off to the Breeders' Crown next?
Absolutely. TVG, maybe even Horse of the Year.
All right, sounds good. He definitely is in the running. Now, Gabe, at least I can say we know who the top free-for-aller in North America is. It's the one that this guy owns with his partners. Congrats to all of them. His name, Alley Wag Hanover.
It was so impressive, Dave, as we take a look at the replay right now. Alley Wag Hanover actually had to back off here as he got pinned in and then got to start back up, but he finally found room. Just a vicious effort today. And not easy to regain that momentum after he was shuffled back, but he was explosive up the inside. 7 minutes for the upcoming 9th race.
audience on the outside. Discover the best in North American standardbred racing at Woodbine Mohawk Park. But T-Trick's got the motor start. With over 200,000 per night in purses, racing 4 nights a week, and an industry-leading stakes program, Woodbine Mohawk Park offers the most opportunities to win. Rushes up on the far outside. Join the growing ranks of owners from all over the globe and race with us at the #1 standardbred racetrack in North America.
Poppy Rob Hanover, world champion, son of legendary sire of sires, Some Beach Somewhere. Winner of the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes Final.
Poppy Rob Hanover in the finals.
Matron and Governor's Cup at 2.
Poppy Rob Hanover, a dominant winner.
And an Adios elimination in world record time at 3.
Poppy Rob Hanover in record performance.
Stood his first season in 2021, breeding a full book of quality mares. Poppy Rob Hanover, standing at Hanover Shoe Farms.
Ryan Courtney summons the 9th race Pacers to the track. Is the Woodbine and Mohawk Park All Rise Farms Open Mare Pace, sponsored by Woodbine and Mohawk Park. Purse of $73,500 kicks off the $10,000 closing day. Guaranteed pick 4, mandatory payout in the pick 4. Leading the field out, that's the one Rocknificent. Linda Toscato trains. Scott Zeron drives. The Enviro Stables Limited, South Mountain Stables, and Jeff Garrell's Little E LLC. Number 2 is Peaky Sneaky. Nancy Tactor trains. Dexter Dunn drives for Howard Taylor. Judith Taylor, the Order by Stable. 3 is Alexa Sky. Jeff Cutler trains, and he co-owns the Tom Pollock's Pollock Racing LLC. Todd McCarthy. 4, Gia's Surreal. Jim Graham trains. He co-owns with Edward Perron, Lee Winters, and Thomas Mariotto. Bob McClure the bike. 5 is Draba Act. Ron Burke trains for the OK Corral with Chris Page. At 6 is JK First Lady. Nancy Tacker trains for the Three Brothers Stables with Iadak Jingra. That's your field for the 9th race. No changes. Kicks off the $10,000 guaranteed. Pick 4. Still a few minutes to wager on race 9.
What a very special treat it is to welcome one of the most influential and important legislators here in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. We are again joined by State Senator and Majority Leader Mr. Damon Thayer. He represents District 17. You took office back in 2003, sir. You became the Majority Leader in 2013. And all of us in horse racing in the country, in the industry, thank you for that. We love you having you in that position. Just want to welcome you back to the Red Mile. I had the pleasure of speaking with you last year while we were celebrating your sister's birthday, so we're definitely glad to have you back. But in general, I know we never have to drag you out to a racetrack because you are a huge horse racing fan. You used to work in the business for Turfway Park, the Breeders' Cup. These are the kinds of days that are fun for you.
Yeah, I love it out here at the Red Mile. Thanks for having me back on. I usually come out for Sire Stakes Day, but I was out of town that weekend, so happy to be here for Charity Day. I love horse racing. I moved to Kentucky almost 30 years ago to work at Turfway Park and then the Breeders' Cup, and got sidetracked, shall we say, into politics. It's been great being able to show my support for our signature industries like horses and bourbon while crafting policy in our state capital.
Well, you're pretty good at it. So again, we enjoy watching you do what you do. And you do wear a lot of hats here. One of your recent endeavors is the Half Century Equine Ventures, which initiates ownership partnerships. Tell us a little bit about that. I know you just had a winner over at Remington Park by the name of Clayton's Candy. Tell us about the program and how many folks you have signed up.
I formed the company a couple of years ago to buy very small interest. You know, I'm just a state employee, so very, very small interest in racehorse partnerships. We've won 17 races now in the last 2+ years. Had a winner, Clayton won a few weeks ago at Remington, and then we had a filly win at Woodbine last week, our first winner in Canada. I brought about a half a dozen new folks into the game, and so we're having fun, having a good time. We have yet to win a race in Kentucky, though, because this is the toughest place in America to win a horse race.
How is that even possible?
It's so competitive here.
Well, listen, let's get to a little bit of news here in the Commonwealth. It's been a huge couple of weeks here. You know, the big Ford jobs announcement and other big job creators. I know you're intricately involved in a whole bunch of those things, though. What great news for everybody here in Kentucky.
Well, you know, John F. Kennedy once said, "A rising tide lifts all ships." And the news of this new Ford battery plant coming to Hardin County is great news for all of us. No matter what industry we participate in, anytime you're talking about 5,000 new jobs and the tax revenue and the jobs it's going to create, it's good for everything. And it's going to be good for the horse racing industry because it's probably going to mean more people are going to be moving here. And when people move to Kentucky, they tend to learn about our bourbon industry and our horse industry, our two signature industries.
There was also a big boost proposed for the Sire Stakes program right here in the Commonwealth. I know everybody here was happy to hear about that.
Yeah, that's great news. I'm really proud of the Sire Stakes program. We gave it a big boost back in 2005 when we redirected the sales tax on stud fees into the Breeders' Incentive Program, and the standardbred industry chose to use it to pump up the Sire Stakes. It's truly a great day, and we're getting money back into the hands of breeders and owners and trainers and drivers. And that's a good thing in my book.
It is. Let's talk about the fans for a moment, because last year they had to race the entire Keeneland meet with no fans in attendance. So how great was it to see the $20,000 sellout crowd over opening weekend?
Yeah, I was there at Keeneland yesterday. I was there on opening day, kind of completing the weekend trifecta after going to the UK game last night. So I got Keeneland, Kroger Field, and the Red Mile in this weekend. Yeah, I mean, going to Keeneland last year, I was able to go out a couple days as an owner, and it just was sad with no fans there. Yesterday was great, seeing fans out again. Great crowd here at the Red Mile today, too. Really hats off to all the fans who are here today to see this great racing.
And it's, you know, a pleasure to have beautiful weather, too, as well. The last couple of futurity days has been a little bit damp here. But listen, the great racing action here today, I know you know what you're looking at. This is the very best the sport can offer.
Yeah, to see Atlanta tie the world record, and now Alleywag Hanover, owned by Adam Bauman, a constituent of mine who has a farm out in Georgetown in Scott County, tied the world record. You know, seeing these records today and these horses just blazing across this track. And gosh, I love Atlanta. What a great mare she is. I've been following her for a number of years. For her to be able to tie Manchego's world record, what an accomplishment. And great to see the fans applaud these horses today. And that's the thing about racing fans here in Kentucky. We love our horses. We love fast horses, no matter the breed. We like to show our appreciation for them when they run lights out like we're seeing today.
I got to visit Mr. Bowden's farm the other day. It was worth the trip. A lot of fun, and what a magnificent piece of property he owns. Listen, we also congratulate you on earning the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce MVP Award. This is the 6th time, I think?
Yep, I've won that award 6 times. It's an honor to work with the Chamber to help the business community. I'm a big believer that government needs to get out of the way and let the private sector flourish. I believe in removing artificial barriers to free enterprise to create jobs. A job is much better than a government-funded social program. And the more people we have working, the more money we have in tax revenue coming into the state to pay for things like education and corrections. And you know, things are going pretty good right now. We're coming out of COVID pretty good. We need some more people to get back to work. Our employers are having a hard time finding people to join the workforce. That's why a tip of the hat for me to all people who are out there working these days. I appreciate them getting back to work after COVID. Appreciate those who worked all through COVID as well.
I was one of those, by the way. Okay.
Okay.
It was not easy. But hey,
No, it
listen,
wasn't.
you know I do my homework before I get to sit down next to you and we have our little chit-chat. I went through your Facebook page. I saw a few recent trips that really intrigued me. You made it out to Kentucky Downs. Tell us a little bit about that place.
I was there for 3 out of the 6 days. It's a really neat place down on the Kentucky-Tennessee border. The purses are off the charts, the turf racing and the design of the track, very much like a European racetrack with undulations and hills. It's a pretty neat place. Every racing fan should get there at least once. I've been to every Kentucky racetrack so far this year. I've been Turfway, Keeneland, Churchill, Ellis Park, Kentucky Downs, Red Mile. I'm going to have to try to make it to Oak Grove when they race later this fall because I haven't been there yet. So I want to try to complete that trip as well.
You're way ahead of our announcer, Gabe Pruitt. I don't think he's made it out
I don't
to
know.
Turfway yet.
Gabe's a road warrior, and I'm afraid to look at that guy's odometer because he is up and down the road going to all kinds of tracks all the time.
Trust me, I've been in his vehicle. It's a very nice ride. He travels in style, Mr. Pruitt here. You also got to go to a homecoming at your alma mater, Michigan State. How much fun was that?
It was great. Yeah, I like to tell people I wasn't born in Kentucky, but I came as soon as I could. Going back to Michigan State last week to see Sparty win. We had another win yesterday. We're now ranked 10th in the country. Also, UK fan. I was there last night. Looking forward to watching that big game at Georgia coming up on Saturday.
Well, as a Jersey boy, you spanked us Rutgers folks, so thanks for that, by the way.
We like having Rutgers in the Big Ten.
I know. We know you're going to have a lot of fun here today, so we thank you for coming out. We hope you have a wonderful experience here watching these top-quality horses. And thanks again for everything you do for all of horse racing here in the Commonwealth.
Horse racing is one of our 2 signature industries. We need to do everything we can to protect it.
All right. State Senator, Majority Leader, Mr. Damon Thayer, always a pleasure to chat with you today. Have fun the rest of the day.
Thanks for having me.
Up to Gabe here for the 9th.
Senator Thayer, the leading advocate for the sport of harness racing here in Kentucky for nearly 2 decades now. Great to have him on Futurity Day as we get set to kick off the Pick 4. They are on game. And they are off and pacing. Gia Surreal goes sprinting out quickly from the sitter. Peaky Sneaky on the move. The far outside, J.K. First Lady goes darting out for Jingron. Dead at the inside, Magnificent protecting her pylon position as they scramble into the opening turn. It's J.K. First Lady who takes up the lead from Magnificent. Peaky Sneaky out following in third. Gia Surreal's there fourth in front of Alexis Scott at the back of the pack. That is Draba Act as they continue to sort themselves out. The favorite Magnificent is on the move. Zeron wants the daughter of Captain Treacher beside the lead. She takes over from J.K. First Lady, but she'll face immediate pressure in the form of Peaky Sneaky. The quarter was up in 27-4. Gia Surreal tightens back in behind the top trio fourth. She's 3 lengths clear of Alexis Sky. And at the back still, that is Draba Act. Patient at this point for Page as the across the backstretch and towards the half-mile mark. Peaky Sneaky on the point with Magnificent. Looking over from the pocket, J.K. First Lady is third as the race past the half in 53-1. 25-2 in that second quarter. Peaky Sneaky on the business end with that quick tempo, and she takes this field onto the far turn. Magnificent following very closely in the pocket. J.K. First Lady still third with Gia Surreal. There at the inside fourth. Alexis Sky fans wide, but she's yet to gain much ground in fifth. Draba Act nowhere to go at the back as they race towards the top of the stretch. Peaky Sneaky trying to to buckle down and fend off the favorite, Rocknificent. JK First Lady is there in third. 3 wide off the back. There goes Drawback. 3/4, 120-1. Rocknificent is powered into the lead. Peaky Sneaky gives way down at the inside. Gia Surreal moves up in between mares. Far outside, that's Drawback, but in deep stretch, it's Rocknificent who's at 3 lengths clear. Gia Surreal trying to rally past Peaky Sneaky for second with Drawback at the outside. Rocknificent down to the line. Rocknificent in 148. Rocknificent just 1/5 off the world record. Photo for place. One 4-2-5 and officially at the 9th. Senator Thayer, please report at the trophy stand. Senator Thayer, please report at the trophy stand. Results official now 1-4-2-5. Returning track side for the Diamond Creek Farm winner's presentation. After winning the Woodbine at Mohawk Park, All Rise Farms Open Mare Pace, sponsored by Woodbine at Mohawk Park. This is the favorite, Rocknificent. Linda Toscano trains, Scott Zierbon is in the blank for the winning effort. Rocknificent, owned by the Enviro Stables Limited of Sunny Isles Beach, Florida. The South Mountain Stables, Milford, New Jersey. And Jeff Grell's Little E LLC of New York, New York. Rocknificent, 4-year-old daughter of Captain Treacherous. She is from the Rock and Roll Hanover mare, Rocklamation. Rocknificent, bred by the Dale Valenti Farms at the TLP Stable of New Jersey. That is a track record performance for Rocknificent, the fastest 4-year-old mare ever here in Lexington. 148 flat, just 1/5 of a second off the 147-4 world record. Rocknificent scores as the favorite in the 9th. Making the trophy presentation, the winning connection, Senator Damon Thayer, trackside, to present the trophy to the winning connections of Rocknificent. Race 9, the Woodbine at Mohawk Park. All Rise Farms Open Pace, sponsored by Woodbine at Mohawk Park. Of course, Woodbine at Mohawk Park, home of the $100,000 guaranteed pick 5 nightly, and home of the Mohawk Million. We thank them for their sponsorship of Race 9. Your price is up. Rocknificent $260, $210 and $210. Second to the 4, Gia Surreal, $4 $280. Peaky Sneaky third, $260. Exacta was $10.60. A $1 trifecta was $14.90. Official rundown for the 9th race. Rocknificent the winner. Number 2, Peaky Sneaky third. Number 3, Alexis Guy fifth. 4, Gia Surreal second. 5 Drapa Act 4th, 6 JK First Lady 6th. Rechecking top dead, it's 135.246. Rocknificent 148. Just 3 to go here on closing day at the Red Mile, the 3 biggest events of the season. Full fields of 12 for the final 3 races here of the meet. Up next, it's the 56th Kentucky Filly Futurity. Purse of $351,000. Sponsored by Alan Michelle Crawford's Crawford Farms. Kicks off the late pick 3, covering the 3 major stakes. No changes, races 10, 11, or 12. Good luck at the 10th race. Post time is in 9 minutes.
Our passion and our promise to breed the best and sell the best so you can race the best. Crawford Farms, home to this year's 2020 Hamiltonian Filly champion Ramona Hill.
Andrew McCarthy finds today. Ramona Hill takes the Hamiltonian.
And over 100 more stakes-winning broodmares, racehorses, and retirees. They call it the sport of kings. We call it the love of champions. From our farm to the winner's circle, share our passion. Crawford Farms.
International Money, the only son of international super sire Love You, standing at stud in North America.
International Money setting sail to win the good
Out
time.
of Moneymaker, the greatest trotting mare ever. International Money's first crop of yearlings are big, strong, long, and powerful, and are well represented at the major sales. International Money, bringing the best of Europe to North America, standing at Hanover Shoe Farms. Green Shoe, electrifyingly fast son of Father Patrick from the world champion Donato Hanover mare Designed to Be, winner of 12 of 17 lifetime starts.
Green Shoe dominant today, 149-4. Green Shoe will win the Kentucky Futurity.
Green Shoe's first foals were born in 2021 and are leggy, athletic, and correct, just like their sire. Standing at Hanover Shoe Farms.
Ryan Courtney calls the 3-year-old filly trotters to the track for the 56th Kentucky Filly Futurity. Sponsored by Crawford Farms. Purse of $351,000 kicks off the late pick 3. The What is Herculesa? Virgil Morgan Jr. trains. Brett Miller drives for the Jesmerelle stable. Number 2 is Iteration. Marcus Molander trains for Courant Incorporated. Brian Sears. 3, Hot as Hill. Ron Burke trains the Burke Racing Stable. Larry Carr, Knox Services. Jerry and Teresa Silva. Perdell Libby. Joe Bongiorno. 4 is Beltassaba. Tony Galagna trains for Crawford Farms Racing with Andy McCarthy. 5, Bella Bellini. Nifty Norman trains for Dave McDuffie. Dexter Dudup. Number 6, You Otto Dream. Jeff Gregory trains and he co-owns with Bill Richardson, George Robidoff, and Martin Gary. Jeff Gregory, the driver. 7 is Pub Crawl. Julie Miller trains. Andy Miller up for Marvin and Lynn Katz, Al Liveveld, and Sam Goldman. 8, Make Harp. Lucas Walden trains for the Chermay stables with Tim Tetrick. Deperditis Flawless Country. Okas Fonstedt, the trader driver and the co-owner with Wolfgang A stable and Bjorn Nostrum. 10, Impressive Hill. Jordan DeBrew, the trader driver and co-owner with Bruce Soulsby, Alan Weissenberg, and Gilbert Short. 11 is Katie's Lucky Day. Todd Luther trains for Greg Luther's Black Magic Racing. Trevor Smith drives. And the 12 is Contested Head-Over. George Ducharme trains for the FDM Racing Stable. Mark McDonald at the lines. That is your field for the upcoming 10th race. 56th Kentucky Filly Futurity. Just a few minutes for race 10. Start at the late pick 3. Dave Brower, short field in that Dalraj Farms open mare pace, but lots of early action. Magnificent sprints past and went easily. She steps up and delivers as the favorite in nearly a world record performance.
I'm so happy to see her finally win. She had so many 2s on the program, finishing second, chasing Lion Sentinel and others around the track, but she's been such a professional and top-notch racehorse for a couple of seasons for her Hall of Fame trainer. Good to see her get a signature win today.
It was indeed. I know you and I have been looking forward to these final 3 races ever since they were drawn way back on Thursday. Of course, you were here trackside to handle the futurity draws, part of that ceremony. And you and I both discussed there later that day, Dave, Bella Bellini, what a perfect post for her. Of course, that's going to add up to a short price. She's on the board at 4 to 5 right now. She comes off a treacherous trip in that Elegant Image final there up at Woodbine at Mohawk Park, where she was a very good runner-up. Prior start, a win at the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes final, and that was from the nearly impossible post night at Pocono.
It was, but she is a super, super filly. And what a year owner Dave McDuffie is having. Of course, Bella Bellini with that Hamiltonian Oaks Championship. He's got Venerable, the 2-year-old star so far after winning the Mohawk Million against the boys here. And Bella Bellini has just been so perfectly managed by Nifty Norman. And, you know, Gabe, what a difference a year makes. She was 0 for 7 last year. And, you know, a lot of times after an 0 for 7 campaign, you never know whether they would throw Bella Bellini in the sale and then move on. Thank God Dave McDuffie, who bred her as well, decided to keep her because she's treated us to a lot of special performances this year.
And couldn't be happier for Dave as well with all the success he's had with all of his talent this year, but Bella Bellini certainly included in that mix. Dave, I'm going to swing here with a little bit of a price. I think a horse that's going to continue to drift up. Now, I am worried about how she's going to get involved in the race, but in terms of talent, I don't think she takes a backseat to many here. It's number 10, Impressive Hill. I've been so impressed with her efforts here over the Strip in Lexington in Kentucky Championship action as she dominated a pretty solid group there in that 3-year-old trotting filly final for $250,000, 6 of 8 of the season. Jordan DeRue, though, going to have his work cut out today. Again, he's on that extreme outside. We go 10 across here with the 2 trailers from post 11 and 12.
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to do it, to be honest with you. He's going to need a lot of luck, not just a little bit of luck here. We know that the filly by Muscle Hill has some talent. It's just a matter of her being able to work up into the game. A couple others to talk about, the couple supplemental nominations. Number 1, Herculesa, cost Steve Finkelstein of the Jesmerelle Farms Jesmeral's stable $50,000 extra to enter the race, and after her solid win, she earned her way into this for trainer Virgil Morgan Jr., Brett Miller as well. Want to give a little shout out to number 2 iteration for the Courant Incorporated. One of the major players in that organization is Sabine Kagebrandt. I'm sure she's watching live right now over in Sweden, so happy birthday to you. What an incredible day that would be if she were to upset in here as well. Who do I think can hit the ticket at a price? Well, how about the 6, You Ought to Dream? She's been rock solid each and every race. She's danced every dance for Jeff Gregory, who co-owns and trains along with a couple of good partners. They're here ready to root their filly on. She did draw outside Bella Bellini, but she might have a little more pure early speed to establish position, Gabe. And you and I both know, you want to send, and then you want to follow, and then you want to shake loose, almost like Allywag Hanover did.
Yeah, he got, we did get a chance to catch up there, Dave, but that was an incredible effort because once a horse gets shuffled back and sort of shut down as he did, it was just incredible to see him explode through and negotiate that traffic. What an effort from Allywag Hanover. But back to the business at hand. Yes, I think that's the key here, especially in a 12-horse field. You have to just sort of step out and get some position, Dave. You think with those 2 trailers, I don't think there's any question You Ought to Dream will be leaving that gate sharply. She'll be looking to track both of those supplemental entries that you mentioned. Well, they were the 1-2 finishers in the Ohio Sire Stakes. We talk about the pacing ranks have really picked up at the Buckeye State, but we get a couple of trotters here. The trotters don't take a back seat to anyone in North America these days, I don't believe as well. We see the 2 supplemental entries, the 1-2 finishers in that Ohio Sire Stakes final. Hercules takes some steady action up there, Dave. She is a very solid second choice at 3-1.
I'm not surprised, especially with that post. And a little shout to this filly on your screen right now. That's Pub Crawl. Andy and Julie Miller produced a sparkling upset in the Kentucky Filly Futurity last year with Love a Good Story. Can history repeat itself? We'll probably find out here. Love a Good Story last year, the stakes record. Beautiful Sin a couple of years ago, 150-1. Mr. Okus Fonstead.
That Crawford Farm starting gate has moved into position. It's post time for the 56th Kentucky Filly Futurity. Sponsored by the Crawford Farm. As Michelle Down Crawford kicks off the late pick 3. Starter call. Three-year-old trotting fillies lined up. It's the 56th Kentucky Filly Futurity. Worth $351,000, a full field of 12. One of the classics every fall here in Lexington. They are on gain. Hercules is off stride at the start, so Hercules on a break. There goes Beltassaba, who steps out of the gate too quickly from the center. You Ought to Dream on the move. Flawless Country also fired up at the early stages as they march on to that opening turn. Beltassaba and McCarthy quickly cross over to the top as Gregory and You Ought to Dream continues up and around to the outside. Iteration out trotting in third, floating wide fourth, and pressing on. That is Impressive Hill. Down at the inside of fifth, Flawless Country as move past that opening quarter mark at 27-3. Off stride, across the backstretch went Contested Hanover. As the fillies make their way to the backside, Impressive Hill works up to engage You Ought to Dream with Beltassaba there trotting in third. Iteration just off the top trio fourth. Flawless Country opts to sit in fifth. The big favorite Bella Ladies up and underway on the outside sixth. She'll bring Hot as Hill up second over seventh. May Carp sits in. She's shuffled back down at the inside eighth with Katie's Lucky Day. A third over in the flow in front of Pub Crawl. Hercules is back trotting at 11th. Far back to Contested Hanover. The half of 54-2 as they trot out of the far turn. Impressive Hill continues to show the way with Jordan DeRue. The favorite Bella Bellini continues to make steady progress up on the outside. She's worked up second, now just a neck off the lead. Hot as Hill sets it up perfectly. Second over for Bongiorno, tipping three wide. There goes Katie's Lucky Day for Trevor Smith. She starts to make up good ground as they trot at the top of the stretch, and it's Bella Bellini who has taken over the lead. Bella Bellini takes over off stride with Impressive Hill. As Bella Bellini takes over with the two-link lead. Katie's Lucky Day trying to pull off a huge upset late down the center with You Ought to Dream fighting back through down at the inside. Pub Crawl works up on the far outside. It's Bella Bellini with a short lead. Katie's Lucky Day looking for a huge upset here in the Filly Futurity. Bella Bellini or Katie's Lucky Day? These two down to the finish, very close, very tight. Bella Bellini there at the inside, or Katie's Lucky Day. They hit the line together in 150 and 4. Photo finish in the Kentucky Philly Futurity. Bella Bellini and Katie's Lucky Day. Hold on tickets in the 10th. Very tight photo. Hold all tickets in the 10th. A very tight photo for win. Once again, the results yet to be posted here on the Philly Futurity. Very close photo for win. In the photograph, 11, Katie's Lucky Day. was up in time to win it from the 5 Bellable Lady. Inquiry sign posted. That concerns an incident in the first turn. Hold all tickets here in the 10th race. So Katie's Lucky Day has to avoid the early break of Herculesa. Somehow manages the trouble and overcomes it all to win here and spring the upset in the Kentucky Filly Futurity. Katie's Lucky Day returns track side for the Diamond Creek Farm Wetters presentation. A supplemental entry into the Filly Futurity this afternoon. Todd Luther trains for his brother Greg Luther's Black Magic Racing LLC of Black Lick, Ohio. Trevor Smith with the biggest win of his career today in the Kentucky Filly Futurity. Katie's Lucky Day. A 3-year-old bay filly by Uncle Peter from the Muscles Yankee mare Yansky. Katie's Lucky Day bred by Ivan Sugg and Wayne Farthing of Ohio. Her 9th win of the season, 15 of 30. Now in her career, it's a lifetime best, 150-4. Katie's Lucky Day up in time to take the Kentucky Filly Futurity. Greeting the Wedding Connections trackside to make the trophy presentation, Michelle Crawford of Crawford Farms, sponsors of the 56th Kentucky Filly Futurity. Dave Brown will be along momentarily to get winner's circle reaction here for all of the connections of Katie's Lucky Day. That inquiry sign does remain posted. It does concern the action in the opening turn. Hold all tickets. Katie's Lucky Day, the Kentucky Filly Futurity champion. Let's get the inquiry side remains posted. Judges taking a look at the action in the opening turn here in the Kentucky Filly Futurity. Hold on tickets. 11-5-8-6. And you see the photo now posted on the infield video screen and your television monitors. There is your win photo in the Filly Futurity. Fancy inquiry side is down. No reason for any placings here in the 10th race. The result is official. Katie's Lucky Day. Upsets here in the Kentucky Filly Futurity. She returns $27.20, $11.40, and $7. Second to the 5, Bella Bellini, $2.80, $2.60. Third to the 8, May Carp, $9.40. Exact $109.40. The $1 trifecta was worth $2,016.90. 20-cent superfecta was $1,982.14. Official rundowns of the 10th. Hercules at 9th. Number 2, Iteration 6th. 3, Hottest Hill 7th. 4, Beltassima 10th. 5, Bella Bellini 2nd. Number 6, You Auto Dream 4th. 7, Pub Crawl was 5th. 8, Maycarp 3rd. The 9, Flawless Country was 8th. Number 10, Impressive Hill 12th. Katie's Lucky Day, the winner. Contested ahead of her was 11th. Rechecking time down, it's 9, 6, 7, 2, 10, 2, 4, 5, 3, 8, 12, 1, 11. Katie's Lucky Day. To learn a little more about Katie's Lucky Day, a supplemental entry to the Filly Futurity. Had to avoid a breaker at the start. She upsets here. Dave Brower standing by with brothers Greg and Todd Luther.
Thank you very much, Gabe Pruitt. Yes, I am behind the magnificent team behind Katie's Lucky Days. Massive upset here in the Philly Futurity. Todd Luther on my left, Greg Luther on my right, the brothers who have put together their $1 million experiment. That's how they got started a couple of years ago. It's turned into much more than $1 million experiment here. But let's start with you, Greg. You wrote the check for the $50,000 to supplement her into this race. First of all, tell us about that decision. Easy to make, hard to make, and how do you feel right now?
I thought it was easy to make. You know, obviously I go on what my trainer and my driver say, and she's been very good. We haven't had to race her real hard all year long. And she raced huge up in Canada, and we're trying to make it to the big leagues. When you got one that's even close, you go ahead and put them in. So it was worth it for me.
You're not afraid to spend money. You're not afraid to buy horses. You acquired Katie's Lucky Day after her first start this season. She was a $7,000 yearling. I know you didn't buy her then, but you picked out a good one, didn't you?
Yeah. We had an agent call us, actually. I have a lot of people calling me to buy horses. We've been buying a lot of horses that way, and he said, I think we got a good one for you here. So it really worked out in this case.
She got impeded probably twice during the race. So how proud are you of your filly?
Unbelievable. I didn't, years ago, I didn't think I'd have a pacer that would go in 150. But to get interfered with twice, come from the second tier, and trot in 150 was unbelievable.
Two other notes that you just made me aware of. She's in the Harrisburg sale. Could we possibly rethink that decision at some point?
If you bring the microphone this way, she's in the sale. If you take it that way, she's not. But currently, she's in there.
I'm not going to ask him that question.
Yeah. We'll see how she does in the Breeders' Crown. That's where I'm going next. So.
Right. And you confirmed here today you're going to supplement her.
I'm going to supplement her to the Breeders' Crown, and she will have Trevor Smith. The Ohio boys are going to be there.
All right. I'm going to ask him about Trevor first. Mr. Luther, you got to take charge of this filly at the beginning of the season here after her first start. Give us a little idea of how she's progressed, where she is now a major stakes player and a major Triple Crown winner.
By far the nicest filly I've ever trained. She gives 100% every week, and she don't do absolutely nothing wrong.
Now, again, Trevor Smith is her regular driver here. You had enough faith in the 25-year-old Ohio-based mainstay to keep him on the big stage here. You know, that takes a lot of guts because there's a few other guys with those uniforms and costumes that you could have hired for this assignment.
Absolutely, but Trevor's our main man, and he's done so well with her and everything he's drove for us this year, and he'll be my main man.
Well, it's a career-defining moment for him today. We'll get to talk to him a little bit later stage. So when the fight begins between you two, because I've heard about a couple of these little bit of tussles here, who do you think's going to win? Harrisburg Sale in, Harrisburg Sale out?
We'll see, but I think he'll back out.
All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody deserves a big signature win more than these guys. The $1 Million Experiment, owner Greg Luther, his brother Todd Luther. Katie's Lucky Day, the supplemental entry, has won the 56th Kentucky Filly Futurity.
And congratulations once again to Todd and Greg Luther and all of the connections of Katie's Lucky Day. We're taking a look at that stretch replay right now. We'll take a look at the photo once more as Katie's Lucky Day battles through the lane with Bella Lady.
Tall Dark Stranger, 2020 Dan Patch Horse of the Year. Winner of 19 of 22 starts at 2 and 3, including the Metro Pace,
Tall Dark Stranger wins the Metro.
Meadowlands Pace,
Tall Dark Stranger.
North American
Tall
Cup,
Dark
and Breeders'
Stranger
Crown.
answers the bell.
Standing his first season in 2020, Tall Dark Stranger bred 19 mares that earned over $1 million. Tall Dark Stranger, standing at Hanover Shoe Farms.
Ryan Cordy with the call to the post for this afternoon's 11th race. It is the Tattersall's Pace. $500,000 on the line. It's sponsored by Cameo Hills Farm, Steve and Kathy Jones. Field of 12, there are no changes. What is Bay Field Beach? Ron Burke trains the Burke Racing Stable. Weaver Brushippy, Jerry and Teresa Silva Stables. Rich Lombardo Racing. Joe Bongiorno drives. Number 2 is Southwind Gendry. Ron Burke trains for the Burke Racing Stable. Phil Cadora, Knox Services. Jerry and Teresa Silva. Perdell Libby, Tim Tetrick. 3, Luz Pearlman. Ron Burke trains for the Burke Racing Stable. Weaver Brushippy, Elizabeth Novak, and Howard Taylor. Yadik Jingra. The 4 is Perfect Sting. Joe Holloway trains with Dave Miller driving for the Brittany Farms and Valdior Farms. 5, I'll drink to that. Chris Ryder trains for Craig Henderson, Lawrence Bedowitz, Robert Badillo. At the Oompas Farm, Andy Miller up. 6 is Commanding Officer. Tony Adanya trains for the Brittany Farms. Brad Grant, Adanya Racing. Byron Stephanie Bell's Riverview Racing. Steve at head. Todd McCarthy at the lines. 7, his beats Hanover. Ron Burke trains the Burke Racing Stable. Weaver Brushippy with Chris Page. The 8 is Summa Cum Laude. Ron Burke trains for the Burke Racing Stable. Phil Cadora, Jerry and Teresa Silva. Perdell Libby and Weaver Brushippy. Brian Sears. 9 of Buck up at Hanover. Tony Adanya trains for Crawford Farms Racing. Adanya Racing. Jablonski Held Stable and Barbara Wiedeck. Andy McCarthy up. Number 10 is Simon Says Hanover. Tony Adanya trains for Byron and Stephanie Bell's Riverview Racing. Brad Grant, Ken Jacobs, Ploufhead and VJ Stable, Scott Zierbon. There's 11, Rocky Road Hanover. Tony Adanya trains for Byron and Stephanie Bell's Riverview Racing. Brad Grant, Ken Jacobs, Ploufhead and VJ Stable. Dexter down to the bike. And number 12, the supplemental entry, Charlie May. Steve Carter trains, Brett Butler drives. For owner, Don Tiger. That is the field for race 11, $500,000. The Tattersall's Pace, sponsored by the Cameo Hills Farm. There are no changes. They will go to the post in just a few minutes for race 11. Dave Brower, as we continue to catch our breath after that tight finish in the Philly Futurity. One of the things I found very interesting is we were all sitting here waiting the results of the photo. Dexter Dunn, he went straight back to the paddock, so obviously he thought that he did get clipped there. And what a drive, what a steer by Trevor Smith on Katie's lucky day. The confidence and the connections to supplement her cup again, and great to see it pay off there for Team Luther.
It's an incredible story all around, all the angles, Gabe. You know, not everybody knows about Black Magic Racing and the Luther brothers and the investment that they have put into the game. That's why I wanted to bring out the $1 million experiment. That's how it started, and it's become a lot more than that they have put into the game, purchasing some top-level horse flesh as well. And again, this is the story. They purchased Katie's Lucky Day after her first start of the season, and look how it's developed into that. What a phenomenal trip and great effort and career-defining drive for Trevor Smith. He's only 25. They had the faith to keep him in the sulky seat for this Triple Crown event, and they were rewarded.
Indeed, they were. We march on. No time to reflect at the moment because we've got a big one coming up here, Dave. It is a shootout. It is the Tattersall's Pace 12, the very top sophomore colts in North America. A very good group here. The betting right now, Charlie May has opened up as the favorite, and he continues up there as a slight choice right now over Perfect Sting. He's up there at 9-5. So the fans, at least at this point, not concerned about that second-tier starting position.
Well, you know what? They should be. That would be a mistake. There are plenty of Charlie May fans out there, so I'm not surprised that he's taken some money. But a couple of things work against him today, and it's not like I'm rooting against him. I have rooted for him throughout his career for owner and breeder Don Tiger and the various assortment of folks that he brings along with him. It's just a great story. Steve Carter, he's so much better this year as a 3-year-old, too. He finished first, crossed the wire first in the Meadowlands Pace and then suffered that unfortunate disqualification. That's what prevented him from racing in the Little Brown Jug. But he did have his moment in the sun on Jug Day when he captured the Ohio Breeders' Championship as well. He followed that up with an impressive win here in Lexington last week to show that he likes the big track again, too. His regular driver, Brett Miller, will somehow try to make a trip out of that second-tier post. But what a field this is. Not only the horse that crossed the wire first in the Meadowlands Pace, we have this year's Little Brown Jug champion. That is Luz Pearlman. And then, of course, we have last year's undefeated 2-year-old Dan Patch champion, Perfect Sting, who's lost, I don't know, 4 or 5 photos this year by a combined length and a half. So this shapes up as a really good one. You now see the role of favoritism has shifted over to Perfect Sting. That does not surprise me. But, hey, listen, anything can happen in a horse race, as we just found out. The Tattersalls goes back all the way to 1971 when the Great Albatross set a track and world record, 154-4. And, of course, Joe Holloway, who trains Perfect Sting, his first Tattersalls win, you ready for this? 1985, that's a long time ago, Tyler's Mark, and he followed it up with another one with Always Be Mickey in 2014. So he would love to add that third ring on the finger, so to speak.
Yeah, I think according to our man Hodley, the first Tattersalls, Dave, going all the way back that many years, was a winner from Post 12. So made that plays into the hands of Charlie May. He would not be the first. I'm going to try a real horse for the course here. Southwind Gendry, he's been a horse for every course for that matter. He's 14-25, but he was so good here last fall. Gelded said of Always Be Mickey. He returned to the red clay here last week, David. You remember he got headed at the stretch by a Bunkabed Hanover. He fought back, fought him off, got the job done there, 150. Yadok, of course, opts back to the Little Brown Jug winner. But Southwind Gendry picks up a T-trick at the bike. You know, my concern with Luz Pearlman, no Lasix, of course, with the new guidelines passed here in Kentucky. So will the Lasix off affect Luz Pearlman, because he's been so sharp of late. He's been the sharpest horse, I think, heading into this, but that has been since he added Lasix.
It could have a difference. You know, we will never know until after the race, but the connections, they're never shy about taking a shot and big ones here. Southwind Gendry, that was I don't even know where that effort came from last time. It was out of nowhere. He's had some real ups and downs this season. We do know how much he loved the track last year, and we'll see if he can pull the upset. 9-1 on Tim Tetrick, who will substitute in the sulky seat tonight. Wouldn't shock anybody. Gabe, this is going to be a good one. So I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to let the wings of the Crawford Farm starting gate open, and then you get ready, because you've got another 12-horse field here to call. So have a good time, sir. Good luck.
Will do indeed, Dave. As that Crawford Farm starting gate has moved into position. Post time for race 11. Starter call. One of our signature events every fall here in Lexington at the Tattersall's Pace. Sponsored by Campico Hills Farm. Steve and Kathy Jones, $500,000 on the line. A full field of 12. They are on gain. And they are off and pacing. Perfect Sting. Left the gate sharply from the center. Loose Pearlman. Also out quickly to his inside with Bayfield Beach joining that pair to the opening turn. For the outside, a buck a bit ahead of her. Also on the move up as they circle the opening turn. Perfect Sting. Looking for the top. He'll move past Loose Pearlman. Bayfield Beach. Away following closely in third. Southwind Gendry just off the top trio fourth. A buck a bit ahead of her came out racing in the fifth spot. He is a length and a half clear of Summa Cum Laude. As he moved past the quarter, just 28 seconds. Charlie May tracks neck at the inside in front of Rocky Road ahead of her as they move across the backstretch. I'll Drink to That is back at the ninth spot in front of Commanding Officer. The back markers are His Beats ahead of her and Simon Says ahead of her as they move across the backstretch and towards the half-mile mark. The Little Brown Jug champion, Luz Pearlman. Causey shots up top as Jingra reclaimed control. Southwind Gendry is stablemate, advances up uncovered to apply pressure for Tetrick. Perfect Sting is there at the inside. Following along in third with the buck a bit ahead of her up second over fourth. Summa Cum Laude is up third over on the outside with Bayfield Beach. Pinned out of the cones in a sixth. The half is up in 55 and 2. Luz Pearlman continues to front the field with 3/8 to pace. His stablemate Southwind Gendry continues to pour on the pressure. A buck a bit ahead of her, well spotted. He's towed up on the outside third. Perfect Sting slightly gapping off there at the inside fourth. He needs a place to race as they wheel past three quarters in 1:23 and 1. Top of the stretch in the Tattersalls, and it's Luz Pearlman still a short lead at the inside. Southwind Gendry works up there on the outside. That's buck a bit ahead of her, who continues to roll up, diving through at the inside. Perfect Sting. It's wide open at mid-stretch. A buck a bit ahead of her still there. Charlie May late pace up the outside. Perfect Sting shoots through down at the cones. A buck a bit ahead of her, or Perfect Sting down the line. A buck a bit ahead of her. Up to win from Perfect Sting. Southwind Gendry third. Charlie May was fourth and 149 and 4. 9-4, 212, and officially in the Tattersalls, a buck a bet Hanover from post 9. Tony Alanya, the trader Andy McCarthy, was in the bank for the wedding effort. A perfect trip here for buck a bet Hanover. Big day for Alabama Michelle Crawford's Crawford Farms Racing. They're in as co-owners of New York, along with Alanya Racing of New Jersey, Jablonski Held Stable, and Barbara Wadick of New York. A buck a bet Hanover. 3-year-old Bay Colt, he is by betting line. For the Western Ideal Mare, all tucked up, bred by the Hanover Shoe Farms. His 7th of the season, 11th overall. Signature stakes winner this afternoon to the Tattersalls for a buck a bet Hanover. He springs 11-1 upset. Quitting the winning connections trackside to make the trophy presentation. That's Steve Jones. Jake and Tyler Jones out there as well on behalf of the Cameo Hills Farm, sponsors of the Tattersalls Pace. To appreciate their sponsorship as they greet the winning connections of a buck a bet Hanover. A buck a bet Hanover with the upset in the Tattersalls at 11-1. As we await the results to go official. Eleventh race results are official and 11-1. The price on the upsetter, a buck a bet Hanover. Buck a bet Hanover worth $25.80, $9.20, and $6.20. Second to the 4 Perfect Sting, $2.80, $2.40. Third to the 2 Southwind Gendry, $4.60. The exacta was $81.80. $1 trifecta, $179.30. The 20-cent superfecta was $243.92. Official rundowns in for the 11th race. Bayfield Beach 7th. Number 2 Southwind Gendry 3rd. 3 Loose Pearl but of 6th. 4 Perfect Sting 2nd. 5 I'll Drink to that 10th. 6 Commanding Officer 8th. 7 His Beats Hanover 9th. 8 Summa Cum Laude 11th. Number 9 a buck a bet Hanover the race winner. 10 Simon Says Hanover 12th. 11 Rocky Road Hanover was 5th. 12 Charlie May 4th. Rechecking top down at 7, 3, 6, 2, 10, 8, 9, 11, 1, 12, 5, and 4 on the bottom. A buck a bet Hanover springs the upset of the Tattersalls. And to learn a little more about a buck a bet Hanover, we are going to sit at trackside. Dave Brower is standing by with the winning trader, Tony Alanya.
Is official. Tattersalls official here. We're in the winner's circle, the Diamond Creek Farm winner's circle with winning trainer Tony Alanya, who I have not had the chance to talk to over the couple of weekends here, so I figured it was his turn. Tony, a buck a bet Hanover. I think up until today it's been a little bit of a frustrating year for you. He's a horse with major talent, major ability. He hasn't had a whole lot of things go his way with bad trips, tough posts. Today was finally his day.
Yeah, you know, he started out the year. He looked like he was going to be as good as anybody. You know, he won his first 3 starts and looked like everything was setting up really well. And we went to Yonkers for the Messenger, and that he drew the 8-hole. That didn't go well. And, you know, just had to kind of take a deep breath. We regrouped. We went to the Simcoe in Canada. He was great there. He came here last week. He was a very good second to Gendry. They come a back half in 53 and change in the mud. So I think, you know, the horse showed he was coming back around, and today was his day. And any horse deserved a big win. It was him.
It certainly was. Now, that race last week, It was a tough one. Did he need that? Did that set him up for a superior effort today?
I believe so. I think he cleared a little early, and Gendry, there's no taking away from him. That's a quality horse, and he fought back and he got the win he deserved. But I think it set our horse up for this week.
Now, he did draw post 9 again, so I'm sure when you saw the entry sheet, you kind of, said something naughty or whatever. But Andy McCarthy's been very loyal to this horse all season, choosing him in a couple of spots here. Today, he put the perfect trip on him.
Yeah, absolutely. When the draw came out, I had the 9, 10, and 11 with 3 of my colts. So, what are you going to do? But, Andy and I were talking before the race. I said, you got to go forward because you know what you're going to get if you duck with 2 trailers. So.
You got a great group of partners. You're always known for your partnerships and getting people into the winner's circle here. Of course, Michelle Crawford, her second trip today. You co-own a piece, so you get an extra check as well. Bridget Jablonski, Stephen Held, and Steve Wienick's wife, Barbara. Those are great folks.
Yeah, it's a great group, and they've been so supportive all the way through. Even when things weren't going well with the horse, we knew we had faith in what he was, and we knew he'd have his day, and today was that day.
All right. I know it's a lot of fun when you train for folks like that. The reason you're in the business is to put them in the winner's circle here. So how proud are you of this moment, your group, and your horse?
Oh, absolutely. My staff works very hard. I got great support from the partners. We've had some sickness. We've had to scratch some horses, but, with the partnerships and the groups that I have, they don't give it a second thought, and we do the right thing by the horse at all times.
That is for sure. That's why you are a master horseman. Congratulations, sir. A Buckabed Hanover has captured the Tattersalls in 1:49-4.
World-class harness racing on the famed Red Mile clay surface is legendary. We call it the Lexington Experience. The magistry and tradition of live harness racing in the Bluegrass begins August 1st. And the major stake races at the Red Mile start October 1st, culminating with Kentucky Futurity Day, Sunday, October 10th. Lexington's Red Mile, a world-class destination.
Three-year-old trotters on the track. The 129th Kentucky Futurity featured event at the Red Mile, purse of $561,000, sponsored by Hunterton Farms, Stoder Manor, and Midheber Stu-Terry. The What is Dancing in the Dark. Marcus Melander trains for Midheber Stu-Terry with Brian Sears. Number 2, Quattro de Julio. Marie Ortland Bar trains the D-Farm LLC with Lucas Wallen. Number 3 is Fly Light. Oka Sponstedt, the trader. He co-owns with Stable Wide-Eyed. Andy Miller drives. 4, Mata Moore. Oka Sponstedt trains. Dave Miller drives for Al Liveveld, Marvin and Lynn Katz, and Sam Goldband. Number 5 is Juju B. Greg Wright Jr. trains for John Erdner, Andy McCarthy. Number 6, Really Fast. Nancy Tactor trains. Dexter Dunn drives for Brixton Medical. The Hatfield Stables, Marvin Katz and Al Liveveld. 7 is Delayed Hanover. Olga Sponstedt, the trader driver, the co-owner with Melby Guard Incorporated. Number 8 is In Range. Marcus Melander trains. Tim Tietrich drives for the AMG Stable. Kenneth Kellgren, Rick Wallstedt. 9, Ambassador Hanover. Olga Sponstedt, the trader, he co-owns the Order by Stable. Howard and Judith Taylor and Diamond Creek Racing. Scott Zerot in the bank. 10 is Son of a Mystery. Marcus Melander trains. Matthias Melander drives for the SRF Stable. Holly Lane Stud East Limited. Second tier starters begin with a $100 bill. Tony Gadania trains for Crawford Farms Racing and James Crawford IV. Todd McCarthy at the lines. And number 12 is Johan Paliba. Olga Sponstedt trains for Bender Sweden Incorporated. Yadik Jingra will drive. That is the field for the 129th Kentucky Futurity signature event. Each and every fall here in Lexington, purse of $561,000. Super high five wager begun the finale with a mandatory payout. Good luck. The 12th race just a few minutes away. Dave Brower, another wild finish in that 11th race as they were across the track there. A buck a bet Hanover. What a perfect drive put on him by Andy McCarthy, and he rallies to pick up a major stakes win of the Tattersall's.
And you know what Andy McCarthy said on his way exiting the winner's circle? About time. Because you know what? This is a horse with major ability and major talent. Just hasn't had a whole lot of things go his way. But he recently rounded back into top form. You heard Tony Alagna talk about the win up in the Simcoe. I think that really stepped him up in the right direction. He benefited from that start back over the track here last week. And then even from post 9, we've seen some of these outside posts overcome today. He had dead aim. Perfect Sting had room up the rail. It came down to who wanted it more at the very, very end. And a buck a bet Hanover prevailed at odds of 11-1.
And Tony Alagna with the upset win. He stays alive here at the Grand Circuit Traders Race. He's now 1 win behind Oka Sponstedt. You're heading into the final race, the meets. Sponstedt has a slew of starters here. Of course, Tony with the 11, $100 bill, who was a supplemental entry. As we'll see who ends up as our top trader. Yadik Jingra has secured top honors as the Grand Circuit's leading driver. Dave, you and I both on the other supplement here, Juju B. I know he's raced 15 times, but I said it on the pregame show. In my mind, he's still like the fresh horse when it comes to the major stakes races. If you hadn't seen Juju B, he certainly made his presence known on Hamiltonian Day, but he pulled off that sub-50 win there, 149-4 for Dancing in the Dark. He's been incredible all season, 12 of 15, couple of easy wins in major stakes. The Pennsylvania Sire Stakes final there up at Hoosier Park as well. He just dominated. Post 5 here today. Lots of question marks. Some of the top 3-year-old trotters all season long, but Juju B's been the consistent presence he looks for major stakes victory here this afternoon.
He does, and what a nice sweep it would be for Andrew McCarthy. He had a tough choice to make in here. He opted for Juju B, who he's driven to his last 2 stakes wins, over the other supplemental nomination, and that, of course, is a $100 bill. You know he doesn't like to take off anything for Tony Alagna. That's his main client, so that's a significant choice there. Juju B, we've gotten to see him in the flesh here. Greg Wright's been taking him out of that stall a couple of times. Greg Wright Jr., he looks magnificent. So, up to this point, and I know Mr. Wright Jr., gave a big sigh of relief at that live post draw when he drew that perfect middle of the pack slot number 5. Owner John Erdner, who wrote that big check to $75,000 to get him into the 129th Kentucky Futurity. No stranger to the winner's circle here at the Red Mile before. It's been a while since he won a major stakes, but he has done it before. Lots of other considerations, though, too, Gabe. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, you could really go all over the place. Dancing in the Dark, Cuatro de Julio Day, they hit the line together here at the Kentucky Sire Stakes Championship. Cuatro de Julio cut that mile. Nearly lasted, but Dancing in the Dark, it was a nice rebound effort from him. When he's good, he's very good. At times he makes breaks, but he's a very talented trotter. And you caught up with Marcus Melander there the other day. He was high on him out of the trio that he starts in this race.
He's had some issues along the season with a couple of braking problems, and I think Marcus feels very confident that he has him where he wants to be. Take a look, of course, at the ownership line, Menhammer's to Terry. Now, of course, Margareta Wallenius Clayberg, one of the co-sponsors here of the Futurity, along with Stephen Cindy Stewart's Hunterton Farms and Stoner Manor, so that would be very apropos. She bred the son of Redley Express in Kentucky at her farm right here. Brian Sears, of course, the main man for Team Melander here, and we'll see if he can get the job done. He hopped aboard Dancing in the Dark for that championship and produced a nice trip and a strong sprint home in 26-4. The rail, always a tricky post, especially with a big and bulky field here. We're going to have to see how things settle early. But, the way I looked at it here, the last one to the lead should be Juju B, if that's what Andy McCarthy chooses to do, and then he will play Catch Me If You Can.
And I am in total agreement. That is the way I thought the race would set up as well. We'll see if any of these starters outside of Juju B decide to take an early swing. Do you see any speed maybe from post 6 through 10? It's not an easy thing. When you've got 2 trailers, you don't want to get away too far back in here.
I do, and I'll tell you who it is. It's one of the Svanstedt 5, and it's Delayed Hanover. He loved this track last year, winning his only race of the year right here in Lexington, 153-4. So, you know what? Situation like this, post 7, I really have a feeling Åke Svanstedt's going to take a shot here with Delayed Hanover. On his best day, he has the talent to win a race like this. The question is today his best day? We saw Mr. Svanstedt's training abilities to the mastery with that first-time North American starter, Ecurie D, who was so impressive today despite not racing in 4.5 months. So if anybody could have one ready for a particular peak day, it is Mr. Svanstedt.
And he is the Grand Circuit meets leading trainer, and the ROI from his starters will be incredible because most of those upsets, with the exception of the one you just mentioned, Dave, have been huge prices. He's pulled off a lot of major upsets. Could pull off another. As you said, he's loaded here with 5 starters. Got many big prices for the barn up there, including Delayed Hanover. He's up there at 9-1. Fans, if you're on track with us, enjoying a beautiful afternoon here in Lexington, thanks so much for joining us. Don't forget to stop in and see Jeremy down at the Red Mile Gift Shop on your way out. Dave, you and I stopped at the other night. Plenty of great merchandise, and pick up a souvenir while you're here this afternoon.
Great advice. We picked up a couple of nice new golf shirts, polo shirts that we debuted on the air, so you've got to see our wardrobe. There's plenty for you there.
All right, Dave Brower, excellent job all season long here with the Grand Circuit. Is at Crawford Farms for the final time. 2021 moves into position here at the Red Mile. It is post time for the Kentucky Futurity. Starter call. The 129th Kentucky Futurity, third leg of Trotting's Triple Crown, purse of $561,000, sponsored by Hunterton Farms, Stoner Manor, and Mid-Evers to Terry. Full field of 12 for Kentucky's Classic. The Kentucky Futurity, they're on gate. And they are off and trotting. The long shot, Moore left the gate quickly. Off stride went Dancing in the Dark. Dancing in the Dark made a break. $100 bill from the second tier avoided the trouble as they trot into the opening turn. Juju B, the favorite, up and on the move early for McCarthy. He looks to outfoot Moore.
Onto that opening turn, advancing up on the outside, Quattro de Julio. So Lucas Wild is aggressive here with Quattro de Julio, who will move up at the outside. He looks to wrestle the lead away. The favorite Juju B. Those two match strides past the quarter to quick 27-1. Mon Amour is backtracking in the third spot. Johan Paliba came out nicely from the second tier, fourth. Really Fast follows in fifth in front of a $100 bill, who is sixth. And we've got another lead change coming here. Juju B up and out of the pocket. So the chess match continues across the backstretch. McCarthy wants Juju B on the point, and he reclaims control from Quattro de Julio. With Mon Amour still looking over the top pair, third. Really Fast advances up uncovered for Dexter Dunn. He'll bring a $100 bill along with him as he sets it up second over. They're past a half here to quick 54-2 as they trot onto the far turn. The favorite Juju B under steady pressure from Really Fast. Quattro de Julio hangs it down at the inside. A $100 bill well spotted second over with 3/8 to a trot. Third up on the outside, Son of a Mystery at off stride went Really Fast. So Really Fast made a break. It's still Juju B who fronts the field with Quattro de Julio. Followed up in second, $100 bills up on the outside third, 3/4, 122-4. Son of a Mystery tips off cover 3 wide. Top of the stretch in the Kentucky Futurity. Juju B trying to get some separation. Quattro de Julio still giving chase in second. Mon Amour is third. Outside with the late trot and moving up. That's Fly Light, but it's all Juju B. It's a romp here. He stretches out the lead. Juju B dominant in the Kentucky Futurity and 149-3. Quattro de Julio finished second with Fly Light third. Juju B, just 2/5 of a second off 6 packs. World record. With the win this afternoon, a dominant and decisive score. The Kentucky Futurity for Juju B. Five, 2, 3, 12, 4. That's your super high five order finish. 5, 2, 3, 12, 4. The super high five order finish in the Kentucky Futurity. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm Winners presentation. This is the Kentucky Futurity champion, Juju B. Greg Wright Jr., the trainer. Andy McCarthy with back-to-back Stakes victories here to close out his Lexington season. Juju B, owned by John Erdner of Lakewood Ranch, Florida. Bred by John Erdner of Florida. Juju B is a 3-year-old brown colt. He is by Creatine, former Kentucky Futurity champion. For the Cantab Hall mare at La Canterba. Juju B now 13 of 16 of the season, 15 of 21 overall. Career best effort is second sub-50 win. 149-3 is just 2/5 of a second off the world record in capturing the Kentucky Futurity decisively. Juju B, trackside. Presenting the trophy on behalf of our sponsors, Hunterton Farms, Stoner Banner, Midhammer Stu Terry, Steve and Cindy Stewart are trackside, Margaretta Willidius Clayberg there as well with Per Willidius. All presented the trophy to the wedding connections of Juju B. Dave Brown will be standing by momentarily with the winner's circle reaction. Results are made official. The favorite Juju B. It's 5-2-3-12-4. 5-2-3-12-4. And that's super high five. Waiting for the results of the 12th race to go official, and potentially for the first time ever, the Kentucky Futurity goes faster than the Tattersall's pace by 1/5 of a second. Again, just 2/5 here off the world record. Juju B captures the 129th Kentucky Futurity. Prices up for the 12th race. The favorite Juju B, $380, $280, $260. Second of the two, Quattro de Julio, $5, $380. Three Flylight third, $7 even. The exacta was $17. $1 trifecta was $86.20. 20-cent Super 5 at 5, $624.52. The late pick 3 was worth $1,228.20. And the pick 4 for $1, $507.80. Official rundown is in for the Kentucky Futurity. One Dancing in the Dark finished 12th. Number 2, Quattro de Julio was second. 3, Flylight third. Number 4, Motamore fifth. 5, Juju B, the race winner. 6, Really Fast was 11th. 7, Delayed had of her 8th. 8, In Range 7th. Number 9, Ambassador had of her 6th. 10, Son of a Mystery was 9th. Number 11, $100 Bill finished 10th. And number 12, Johan Palima was 4th. Rechecking at top down, it's 12-2-3-5-1-11. 8-7-6-9-10-4. Juju B takes the Kentucky Futurity. Fans stand by as we will present the trophies. Coming up shortly to the leading driver and trainer here during the Grand Circuit meet. As that race went right down to closing day, so those trophies will be presented both for leading trainer and leading driver during the 2021 Grand Circuit meet. And we'll wait momentarily. Dave Brown will be standing by. Plenty of happy connections trackside here as Juju B takes the signature. Fans, the winner of the 129th Kentucky Futurity, 2 fifths off the world record, Jujubee takes the Kentucky Futurity here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Connections celebrating trackside of the floral chair. Trader Greg Wright Jr., owner John Erder, the owner and breeder, driver Andy McCarthy. And we're going to sit it down trackside at this time. Dave Brower is standing by with the winning connections of Jujubee, trader Greg Wright Jr., owner breeder John Erder, and driver Andy McCarthy, all celebrating a Kentucky Futurity win.
Thanks very much, Gabe Pruitt. What a celebratory and wonderful winner circle we have to end the Grand Circuit meet here at the Red Mile. The 129th Kentucky Futurity is history, and Jujubee has won it. Supplemental entry, $75,000. We'll talk to owner John Erdner in just a second. But let's start with the man of the day. Driver of the day has to be Andy McCarthy here. Sir, I know things can go, they go good, they go bad. It runs in streaks here. You won the Philly Futurity, and then you won the Futurity, and about 20 minutes later, how does that feel?
Well, it wasn't the Philly Futurity. It was Bucket Bet. That was terrific. It's kind of been a long weekend. Unfortunately, a few of them didn't perform as well as they can. But, that's harness racing, and there's good days and bad days, and it ended great today.
Now, one of the great things about harness racing is family. So as you were pulling into the winner's circle there, you had your sons running across the track after you, and they were both yelling, "Daddy, Daddy." Did that bring like a tear to your eye?
Oh, yeah, it's goosebumps, this horse himself. And then, it's just so special to have the family here out this weekend. And, it's just terrific. It really gets them involved in the game, and it's a great game.
Now, I want to ask you about the choice. It's never easy for you to opt off an Alanya-trained horse. That's your main client, and a $100 bill is pretty good. How did that discussion go, and when did you make your decision?
It kind of started after I won the PA Size Stakes with this horse. Neither of them were eligible, but, Greg and John asked if I had to drive in the Futurity, and I said no, and they asked me if I wanted to drive him, and I said yes. So, they were both supplements, and I wasn't 100% sure at the stage if a $100 bill was going to supplement. So I kind of committed to this horse, and yeah, it was a tough call. But this horse, he just feels like an absolute next level great horse to me. That's what I said to Greg when I come back after the PA Size Stakes final. I showed him my arm, I had goosebumps all down it, and I said, "There's only one other horse that's ever done that to me." So he feels like a real champion, this horse.
All right, he certainly proved it today. Congratulations to you. Now go celebrate with your family. On to trainer Greg Wright Jr. here, who sighed the biggest sigh of relief at the live post position draw the other day when they pulled out that pill and it said number 5. I know you were able to relax a little bit about that since. That was a couple of days ago, but I'm sure you've had maybe a couple of sleepless nights since.
Yeah, the draw was a big thing. I mean, you know, you get in a lot of trouble from. We were real happy where he ended up in the draw, but since then, though, it's been pretty good. The horse seems good all week, and I was pretty confident going in, and it all worked out.
You brought Juju B to the Red Mile a little bit early. You know, I don't know whether you had a chance to race last week or not. You didn't. You just wanted to get him acclimated to the situation and surface. I know you let me take a look at him up in the flesh about a week or so ago. He looks magnificent. Is he getting better and better and better?
Yeah, he's just a good, simple horse. I mean, he takes care of himself, and yeah, we came right from Hoosier, so it's been wonderful. I mean, jogging him on this track and training him, and I mean, I don't know how much better he can get. he's done everything pretty simple.
Now, it's never easy to write a big check with a comma in it, 7.5, a comma 000. How did that conversation take place?
There wasn't much to it, really, John. He was confident and wanted to come, and simple as that.
I just want to I want to pay respect to somebody who's not with us here today. Tony Hall drove this horse throughout most of the season. He was not able to continue driving him at this point. You got Andy McCarthy. How good of a job did Tony do in getting this horse ready to be a champion?
Oh, I did. I mean, that's part of the reason why we're still here, because he took care of the horse, and I mean, he got along with him perfectly. That's why Tony's a great driver, and that's why I put him up. I had confidence in him, and you know, I hope he, you know, gets back and, you know, does what he does best, drive horses.
Well, I hope he's watching today, and I just wanted to give him the respect of asking that question.
Deserves it.
All right. On to owner John Erdner. Now, sir, you're no stranger to the Red Mile winner's circle here. When I'm doing my research, I realized that back in 2008, you were here for the Filly Futurity with one tough lass here. Have you been back in the winner's circle here since?
No.
So it's that long? It's 13 years?
Yes, it has.
All right, well, congratulations to you. Now, listen, you're the guy that wrote the check. How did that discussion take place? When did the plan come to fruition? When did you start saying to yourself, you know, if he wins again, we're going to take a shot and put him in the Kentucky Futurity?
Well, after he wound up in Pocono, for sure. And the horse deserves a chance. He's a great horse, and I'd like to see him go as far as he can go.
Does he have to supplement to the Breeders' Crown too, or will you do it?
I will.
Okay. You also had the opportunity, we can't forget about the sale this week, you just purchased his fuller half-brother?
Full brother.
You got to be looking forward to that.
Well, we hope he's half of his older brother, because we'll make money.
All right, you will. And congratulations again, sir. The big smiles in the winner's circle tell the whole story. So, ladies and gentlemen, the 129th Kentucky Futurity ends the meet here at the famed Red Mile in downtown Lexington, Kentucky. Juju B, they had the guts, they get the glory. He's the Futurity champion for 2021.
Thanks so much, Dave. And we'll let Dave get set up there, as we are going to present the leading trainer and leading driver trophies out as well. So once Dave gets set up, we'll sit it back downstairs once more. In fact, we'll sit it down right now. Dave Brower standing by with the leading trainer, leading driver, the Grand Circuit meet.
Thank you once again, Gabe Pruitt. Again, one last detail before we wrap it up here in Lexington, Kentucky for the 2021 Grand Circuit season. We have to present the awards for our leading driver and trainer. We start with Yannick Gingras. Hey, man, it's been a great 2 weeks for you.
Yeah, it sure has. No, I have the right horses that came into town that were sharp, so made my job easy.
Atlanta today, you want to talk about that?
She was unreal, you know. She, you know, I was just trying to keep her together in the stretch, but she can go so fast, and obviously the trip worked out, but she's never ceased to amaze me.
You know, we always look toward the future here, us handicappers and fans and everything else, but you had the pleasure of driving two amazing Lindy homebreds here, one filly, one colt. You got to be licking your chops for next year.
Yeah, for sure. No, the year's not over. To Breeders' Crown, looking forward to that. But for sure, next year as well. You know, they're been brought along slowly, but they're peaking in the right time, and hopefully they got a couple more good start in them.
All right, round of applause for the folks still left. Leading driver here, Yannick Gingras. Congratulations, sir. Over to Mr. Svanstead. Oka Svanstead, you edged out the win for the training title this season. Congratulations on that. You always seem to flourish here in the bluegrass as well. But I do want to tell you to tell me about Ecurie D. We learned a lot from Sarah in the winner's circle before. You've been sitting on this guy for a little while. Today was a special moment. That was an incredible North American debut.
Yeah, he raced very good, but he have raced very good in Scandinavia also, so it was not a surprise for me. He have trained good also.
She told us that we hope that we will get an invitation to the Breeders' Crown. Is that the way the route has to go?
I don't know. Maybe the owners want to supplement also. I don't know.
If he was that good today, after not racing in 4.5 months with only one qualifier, how good can he be in the future?
Maybe he's a little sharper next time.
Okay. Now, your horses always seem to flourish when you get out here in the fall on the red clay surface. You're an excellent horseman as well. Why do you think you do so well here?
The track is very nice, and I like to race here, and the horses like to race here also.
All right, congratulations again, sir. A well-deserved training title here during the Grand Circuit 2 weekends. Oka Svanstad, ladies and gentlemen, leading trainer at the Red Mile. On behalf of Gabe Pruitt and all of us here, management at the Red Mile here, we thank you for joining us over the 2 Grand Circuit weekends. Hey, listen, we look forward to seeing you next year. Stay safe, get home well, and we'll see you next time.